a subject like photography or philosophy, it's quite difficult to avoid creativity. I want to do something that is challenging and that makes people think and that makes people uncomfortable, because without that there is no progression.
Paying attention to the little subtleties of a person, a being, and making that into your own. I enjoy expressing myself through writing.
I kind of see everything in terms of movement. To dance is to understand, to dance is to feel. It's interesting to look at dance as a way to kind of mediate, as a way to get people to kind of understand and communication and relationships between people are related to one another. So I'm hoping to go into a community and work with people and have them embody different emotions with movement. Fear, happiness, sadness, anger, and have them embody those with a partner and see how these people use movement to express different emotions.
I think it's beautiful. I don't think I would be able to write stuff like this that I'm writing here in the environment that I have in New York with all the buildings, and I've been passionately writing about nature right now.
Well, what I love about the MA program here is that it's not just an MA in dance anthropology. There are a bunch of different master's programs within the dance department. So we go in, they're mostly lecture-based, and we have readings to do outside of class. But we do have a lot of communication within class, a lot of interaction, and it's interesting to get perspectives of people from different programs and from all over the world. It's a very international school.
There are our lectures, there are our seminars, and then there is this whole massive space where you can make it whatever you want it to be. So if you want the help, you chase the help, and if you want the studios, you book the studios. If you want the max suites, you go in and use them. The further you get through the course, the less talk-based study there is. There's not that many people that you're just going to get lost in a number. There's always someone there who knows who you are and knows what you do. Everyone kind of knows everyone else.
I love London. I didn't really think I was a city person. I went to school in a very small town. I grew up in the suburbs, but I feel very comfortable here. There is so much culture and so much art and so much diversity, and it's such an international city, and it's exciting. Every day is exciting.
I think experiencing the world, which is partially why I came to study abroad, I think that develops a good story, and that develops thoughts and feeling. New outlet to perceiving yourself, or just showing yourself off and showing yourself to the world.
Sometimes it's hard being away from the comforts of home, from your family, from your friends, from the junk food that you come to love as an American, that they don't have a lot of here. But it's worth it. Do it. Take the risk. You will grow so much from it. I've only been here a couple of months and I already see myself developing as a person. I'm a braver person, I'm a more confident person. I think I'm a smarter person because this program is challenging in the best way possible. Look around, there are so many scholarships, so many grants. There are people who want to help you do what you want to do.
This station has step-free access.
I love Wales as a country. There's a lot you can learn when you come here, when you see the kind of culture that we have. I guess people don't really expect us to have a city like Cardiff that thrives as much as it does. There's a lot more going on in Wales than people originally see.
Coming to uni here, you make so many friends from all over, and they're your friends for life. Getting here is really easy. Coming from somewhere like London, you can just get on one train. You can then get the train up to Pontypridd, go straight to Newport. It's a 5-minute walk to get to the university from the train station in Newport.
With this new university, the University of South Wales, it's great. Like, you have so many resources.
Wales is a massive hub for sport. All of the streets are lined with red and people get really passionate about rugby, and when we win, it's an amazing place to be, it really is. People are very, very proud to be Welsh.
Pidwch a phoeni, mae pawb yn siarad Saesneg, ond fedrwch chi ddysgu bach o Gymraeg fel dim problem.
Cardiff's just one of the coolest cities ever. And it's just lush. You can just get on a train or a bus and you can go into the middle of nowhere, you can go rafting, you can go climbing up the mountains, or you can go west and you can go surfing. I mean, it's got a little bit of everything, really.
You can travel to the big cities like Cardiff and you've got the great landscapes like the Gower, great beaches around you. The Brecon beacons are stunning as well. It's just a really good place to be.
One of my reasons to come to UK was to get a British degree, which is a stamp of quality. I found so many friends here from all over the world. Everyone's helpful, everyone's supportive, and after some time you just realize that you feel at home.
The University of South Wales to me is this life-changing experience which I wouldn't swap for anything.
We are here. Will you be?
Standing on the stage, got the whole place rocking. It's popping, no stopping. Standing on the stage, got the whole place watching. Worldwide on the scene, I'm a big deal. Everybody know me, I'm a big deal. Main event everywhere, I'm a big deal. And I'm big still, cause I'm a big deal. Worldwide on the scene, I'm a big deal. Everybody know me, I'm a big deal. Main event everywhere, I'm a big deal. Do that there, how you do it, do it, do it, do it. I'm a big deal, I'm a big deal. I'm a big deal, I'm a big deal. Standing on the stage, got the whole place rocking. I'm a big deal, I'm a big deal. 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 I'm a big deal, I'm a big deal.
How can international students best prepare for life in the UK with coronavirus?
Until the vaccine is found, we have to live with it as long as we follow the social norms, the guidelines set by the local governments. The universities have been very flexible, and a lot of the universities have started running the January intakes, where you only see 10 to 15% of the UK university running few number of courses. Now, I would say nearly 50 to 70% of universities are running reasonable size amount of courses in January intake. And some of the universities have gone even further. They're doing November intake, they're doing April intake, May intake. Of course, not all courses, limited courses. So students can, if they need any advice, if they're not sure, if they've missed the September 20 intake, don't you worry. That's the message.
The US is one of the world's most popular student destinations. If you want to study there though, you're going to need a visa. Hi, my name's Lily from Edroy. In this video, we will take out any confusion that you may have about the visa process for the US and get you on the right track. Let's go. What is a US student visa? A student visa is a document given by the government to authorise foreign national students to study in the country. However, there are a few to choose from depending on your circumstances. What are the types of US student visas available? There are 3 types of student visa in the US, depending on the type of course you'll be studying and its duration. The F1 student visa is for students who are studying on courses that require more than 18 hours of studying per week. All regular undergraduate and postgraduate students usually require this visa. The J1 exchange visa, for students who will be studying a short course with a duration of no more than 10 months. The M1 student visa, for students who are going to the US to study a non-academic or vocational course. When should you apply for a US student visa? There are a few processes you need to complete before getting your US student visa. Keeping this in mind, you need to start your visa application process at least 3 to 5 months before your intended departure date. This way, you will have some time to handle any mishaps if they occur. What are the required documents to apply for a US student visa? A passport that is valid for at least 6 months before your planned stay in the USA, the university's I-20 form, a printout of the visa application form you filled out online, the visa interview appointment letter, original mark sheets, certificates and transcripts, a study abroad aptitude or language test, scorecard, bank statements for a minimum of 3 years. These documents will help the visa officers check if you can support yourself for the duration of your education. If your guardian is supporting you through your education, you can give their bank statements also. Depending on the type of visa, you might be required to submit additional documents too. What is the application process? You should apply for your student visa to study in the United States of America at least 3 to 5 months before your intended departure date. US student visas have to be applied for on the US Department of State Consular Electronic Application Center's website. After submitting your application, you'll be required to go to the US Embassy in person for biometric submission and your visa interview. Once your application is confirmed, you will need to register in the Student and Exchange Visitor Information System, also known as SEVIS. Your destination university will send you a document called Form I-20 to use in this part of the visa process. Next, you must pay for your visa processing fees online. For an F1 student visa, this is $510. For a J1 exchange visitor visa, it costs $380. And for the M1 student visa, it costs $510. Make sure you get receipts for all of your transactions so you can prove this has been paid. You will need to book an appointment at the embassy for your biometric submission and visa interview. Make sure you do this in plenty of time. What do I need to take with me to my interview? When you go to this appointment, you will need to take documents with you to verify who you are and your application. These include a passport that is valid for at least 6 months after the end of your planned stay in the United States of America, original transcripts, mark sheets and certificates, bank statements for a minimum of 3 years, documentation from your visa application process. What is usually asked at a US student visa interview? The interviewer is mainly looking to understand your motivations for studying in the United States, as well as your chosen course and university. The best way to tackle these interviews is to be honest and to give clear, concise and precise answers confidently. If you'd like to explore more detailed information, tips and tricks on student visas and everything about studying abroad, check out our website. And if you found this video useful, please like, share and subscribe to our YouTube channel. See you in the next video.
Hi, my name is James from Edvoy. In this video, we're going to be covering how you can study in the UK without needing an IELTS assessment. So what is IELTS? International English Language Testing System is a standardised language assessment test used by universities globally to assess the language skills of their prospective international students. This test consists of reading, writing, listening and speaking. When you don't need IELTS to study in the UK. English medium schools are common in India. If you have attended an English medium school or university, you can show that as proof for your English proficiency. Many universities in the UK also consider your 10th standard and 12th standard English subject marks to assess your language proficiency. Make sure that you have at least 70% in final exams to be considered by primary universities in the UK. 2. Your university conducts its own interviews to assess your language skills. Most universities have online interviews. Some universities use these online sessions to analyse your English language skills. In that case, IELTS scores will be unnecessary. 3. Taking other language assessment tests. IELTS is definitely the most popular and widely accepted English assessment test in the UK, but there are alternatives. You can take a TEFL, Trinity College London Integrated Skills in English, ISE, PTE Academic, Cambridge English, Proficiency, CPE, and the Duolingo English tests. Universities will mention the tests that they accept. Check your intended university's site before taking any test. 4. Doing a pre-sessional English course. Most universities offer pre-sessional courses without IELTS as an option for international students to adapt to the new educational system. In these courses, you will gain the required language skills along with the needed classroom skills. You will also have a smooth transition to the foreign education system. Check your university website to find out if they offer foundation or pre-sessional courses. If you are not confident about your English language skills, this option is your best bet. Tier 4 study visa in the UK without IELTS. English language proficiency is one of the requirements asked by the Immigration Office for processing your Tier 4 study visa. If you don't have IELTS, you'll need to submit a document from the university stating that you are eligible to apply for a visa. Here are some popular universities that accept students for their foundation, undergraduate and postgraduate courses without IELTS. And there you have it. You can avoid sitting through yet another exam, IELTS, before you go to study abroad. If you need any more information about the admission process, the universities and studying in the UK, feel free to book a free virtual session with our education advisors online.
So, your mom is telling me you want to try abroad?
Yeah bro, I've been looking.
Don't look and all, yeah. Just do what I did in the US.
Why stick to one when I have so many options? Let's see where I can go. Yes! Well, looks like I'm going to Ireland.
Ireland? But we don't know anyone there.
How can international students best prepare for life in the UK with coronavirus?
Until the vaccine is found, we have to live with it as long as we follow the social norms, the guidelines set by the local governments. The universities have been very flexible, and a lot of the universities have started running the January intakes, where you only see 10 to 15% of the UK university running few number of courses. Now, I would say nearly 50 to 70% of universities are running reasonable size amount of courses in January intake. And some of the universities have gone even further. They're doing November intake, they're doing April intake, May intake. Of course, not all courses, limited courses. So,
good afternoon, everyone. I hope all of you have enjoyed your high tea and are inside. यदि कोही बाहिर हुनुहुन्छ भने अबको 10 मिनेटमा हामी हाम्रो आजको कार्यक्रम सुरु गर्दैछौं। त्यसै कारणले बाहिर रहनुभएका सम्पूर्ण पार्टिसिपेन्ट्स र गेस्टहरूलाई पनि हल भित्र आइदिनुको लागि म अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु र एउटा काइन्ड रिमाइन्डर सबैजनालाई तपाईले बाहिर हाम्रो रेजिस्ट्रेसन डेस्क देख्नु भएको छ होला र बाहिर आफुलाई रेजिस्टर पनि गर्नु भएको छ होला भनेर हामी एक्सपेक्ट गर्छौं किनभने तपाईले जुन नाम कम्पनीको नाम र इमेल एड्रेसमा बाहिर रेजिस्टर गर्नुहुन्छ त्यही इमेल एड्रेसमा चाहिँ आईएससी अब्रॉडबाट सब्स्क्रिप्सन फर्म हामीले तपाईको इमेल एड्रेसमा पठाइदिन्छौं र अहिले तपाई इभेन्टको बीचसम्ममा आजको इभेन्टको बीचसम्ममा अराउन्ड 5 PM सम्ममा तपाईले त्यो सब्स्क्रिप्सन फर्म भरेर चाहिँ सेन्ड ब्याक गर्नुभयो भने तपाईहरुको कन्ट्र्याक्ट आजको कार्यक्रमको अन्त्यसम्म रेडी हुन्छ सो you can sign your contract and start ASAP. So तपाईले जुन पनि इमेल एड्रेस दिनु भएको छ तपाईले चेक गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ अहिले तपाईको फोनमा र अहिले हामीसँग लगभग 15 मिनेट छ कार्यक्रम सुरु गर्नु भन्दा अगाडि सो यो 15 मिनेट्स को युटिलाइजेसन गरेर तपाईले आफ्नो फोनबाट सब्स्क्रिप्सन फर्म भरेर पठाउन सक्नुहुन्छ so that we can also get started and prepare your contracts. र अर्को एउटा रिमाइन्डर यहाँहरु सबैजनालाई आज साँझ 5 बजे हामीले UK visa and immigrations को बारेमा एउटा सेसन गर्दैछौं. I'm sure a lot of you must have questions also regarding this. So तपाईहरु सबैजनाको टेबलमा I hope you have papers like this. So यसमा चाहिँ तपाईले आफ्नो क्वेशन UK को भिजा र इमिग्रेसन को बारेमा कुनै पनि क्वेशन छ भने तपाईले क्वेशन लेख्न सक्नुहुन्छ and we will send somebody to collect it. So again reminder if you have any questions because हाम्रो सबै स्पिकर्सहरू धेरैजना स्पिकर्सहरू जुमबाट कनेक्ट गर्दै हुनुहुन्छ दे आर कमिङ लाइभ फ्रम एल्सवेयर सो त्यसै कारणले पनि उहाँहरूको समय लिमिटेड हुन्छ कनेक्सनमा पनि टाइम लाग्न सक्छ त्यसै कारणले यहाँहरूको सबैजनाको क्वेसन्स त्यो सेसनभन्दा अगाडि नै हामीले लिन पायौँ भने चाहिँ तपाईँहरूको क्वेसन्स हाम्रो स्पिकर सम्म पुर्याइदिएर चाहिँ यहाँहरूको क्वेरिज पनि एन्सर गर्ने हामी कोसिस गर्छौँ त्यसै कारणले जस्ट अ रिमाइन्डर फर टु थिङ्स द सब्सक्रिप्सन फर्म एन्ड एनी क्वेसन्स रिलेटेड टु UK visa and immigration. We'll be starting in the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Listen, I met Sharma ji on the way and I got his son's number. Just talk to him, no?
For?
Arey, he studied in the UK and he's even gotten a job there now. He can advise you, na? And then there's so much documentation, visa, paperwork.
Pa, I already got great advice. I just finished my 3rd application today.
Wow, you actually got everything done on your phone and sitting right here in one place.
Hello? Rather than wasting your time, go find out where you can get your scholarships.
Okay, Ma.
We need the information to plan our financial decisions. So please, can you guys?
Ma, come here now.
What?
Here we go.
So many.
So, your mom is telling me you want to try abroad?
Yeah, bro, I've been looking.
Don't look and all, yeah. Just do what I did in the US.
Why stick to one when I have so many options? Let's see where I can go. Yes! Well, looks like I'm going to Ireland.
Ireland? But we don't know anyone there.
Beta, you need to be more patient. Especially now you're looking to go abroad for studies. How will you handle it? All this admission process and all is going to be very strenuous and tedious. Beta, remember, patience is the only key to success. There you are. All done.
Uncle, all done.
All done?
Kids these days, they don't understand hardship. You know, I used to walk 7 kilometers to my college every day. They were hard times.
Pa, you know, when I wanted to pursue my post-graduation abroad, I wrote so many letters.
Oh, this reminds me of how tedious it was for me to go to the US to do my masters. I had tons of paperwork to do for months. But studying there was worth the wait.
But bro, the wait is over. Fixing something, engineer?
Engineer? In my days, I wanted to study about science, about space, about planets. Offered only engineering.
Okay, Dadu. Now you help me choose from all these aerospace courses.
So many.
With a subject like photography or philosophy, it's quite difficult to avoid creativity. I want to do something that is challenging and that makes people think and that makes people uncomfortable, because without that, there is no progression.
Paying attention to the little subtleties of a person, a being, and making that into your own. I enjoy expressing myself through writing.
I kind of see everything in terms of movement. To dance is to understand, to dance is to feel. It's interesting to look at dance as a way to kind of mediate, as a way to get people to kind of understand and communicate with each other.
I'm currently working on, or starting work on, my final third year project. It is on the representation and the reception of women within games, anime and mangas, and mainly how fans react to them.
So for my final project, my goal is to assess how people can communicate through movement, and in turn how communication and relationships between people are related to one another. So I'm hoping to go into a community and work with people and have them embody different emotions with movement. Fear, happiness, sadness, anger, and have them embody those with a partner and see how these people use movement to express different emotions.
I think it's beautiful. I don't think I would be able to write stuff like this that I'm writing here in the environment that I have in New York with all the buildings. And I've been passionately writing about nature right now.
Well, what I love about the MA program here is that it's not just an MA in dance anthropology. There are a bunch of different master's programs within the dance department. So we go in, they're mostly lecture-based, and we have readings to do outside of class. But we do have a lot of communication within class, a lot of interaction, and it's interesting to get perspectives of people from different programs and from all over the world. It's a very international school.
There are our lectures, there are our seminars, and then there is this whole massive space where you can make it whatever you want it to be. So if you want the help, you chase the help, and if you want the studios, you book the studios. If you want the Mac Suites, you go in and use them. The further you get through the course, the less taught-based study there is. There's not that many people that you're just going to get lost in a number. There's always someone there who knows who you are and knows what you do. Everyone kind of knows everyone else.
I love London. I didn't really think I was a city person. I went to school in a very small town. I grew up in the suburbs, but I feel very comfortable here. There is so much culture and so much art and so much diversity, and it's such an international city, and it's exciting. Every day is exciting.
I think experiencing the world, which is partially why I came to study abroad, I think that develops a good story, and that develops thoughts and feeling. New outlet to perceiving yourself, or just showing yourself off and showing yourself to the world.
Sometimes it's hard being away from the comforts of home, from your family, from your friends, from the junk food that you come to love as an American, that they don't have a lot of here. But it's worth it. Do it. Take the risk. You will grow so much from it. I've only been here a couple of months, and I already see myself developing as a person. I'm a braver person. I'm a more confident person. I think I'm a smarter person because this program is challenging in the best way possible. Look around. There are so many scholarships, so many grants. There are people who want to help you do what you want to do.
Hi everyone, I am back. So, अझै पनि बाहिर हुनुहुन्छ. आई थिङ्क चिया कफी धेरै मिठो भएर अझै पनि बाहिर कति अड्किराख्नु भएको छ. सो उहाँहरूलाई चाहिँ अब यो फाइनल रिक्वेस्ट एकचोटि भित्र आइदिनुहोस् न. वी आर अबाउट टु स्टार्ट एन्ड थ्याङ्क यू सो मच. एकचोटि तपाईँहरू आफ्नो लागि नै ताली बजाउनुहोस् न. थ्याङ्क यू सो मच फर कमिङ अन टाइम एन्ड बिङ हियर एन्ड टेकिङ अ सिट. सो अब विल गिभ 2 minutes टु एभ्रीबडी हु इज आउटसाइड. जो जति पनि बाहिर हुनुहुन्छ, बरु तपाईँ टी कफी लिनुभएको छैन भने टी कफी लिएर भित्र नै आएर बस्नु भए पनि हुन्छ. वी हेभ अ स्पेसियस हल एन्ड so happy to see everybody like this after so long. So पुनः एक पटक हल बाहिर हुनुहुने हाम्रा सम्पूर्ण गेस्ट र पार्टिसिपेन्ट्सहरूलाई चाहिँ हलभित्र आइदिनुको लागि अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु र हलभित्र हुने सबैजनालाई पनि आफ्नो मोबाइल फोन चाहिँ कृपया साइलेन्ट मोडमा राखिदिनुको लागि पनि म अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु बिकज हाम्रो धेरै पार्टिसिपेन्ट्सहरू जुमबाट कनेक्ट गर्दै हुनुहुन्छ सो हाम्रो यहाँ डिफ्रेन्ट रिङटोन्सहरू बजेर सुन्दाखेरि उहाँहरू कन्फ्युज हुनुहोला सो त्यसै कारणले आफ्नो मोबाइल फोन चाहिँ यहाँ साइलेन्ट मोडमा राखिदिनु भयो भने वी वुड बी रियली ग्रेटफुल विल स्टार्ट इन अ फ्यू मिनट्स वी जस्ट वेटिङ फर एभ्रीबडी हु इज आउटसाइड टु कम इनसाइड टेक देयर सीट एन्ड वी ऑल सेट टु स्टार्ट
Hi, I'm Nicole from Edvoy, and I'm here to talk to you about how to get an Irish study visa. What is an Irish study visa? A study visa is a document given by the Government of Ireland authorising international students to study in the country. While holding an Irish study visa, you can come to Ireland and complete your course or degree. What types of Irish study visas are available? The two main types of study visas available in Ireland are the C study visa and the D study visa. If you are going to pursue a course for a duration of 3 months or less, you need to apply for a C-type study visa. If you are going to pursue a full-time course for a duration of more than 3 months, you need to apply for a D-type study visa. When to apply for an Irish study visa? You can start your visa application process at least 3 months before your intended date of departure. Typically, the processing duration is about 4 to 8 weeks. What are the eligibility requirements to apply for an Irish study visa? There are certain criteria to meet, and it's important you make sure to meet them all. You must have a letter of acceptance for a full-time course from an approved Irish university. You should be able to support yourself financially or have a sponsor who is willing to support you for your studies duration. You need to write a genuine letter of purpose stating the reasons behind your decisions to study in Ireland. It would be best if you showed strong ties to your home country through asset documents, job offers, etc., to show that you will return to your country after your education. Checklist of required documents. When you apply for your study visa, you'll need to have several documents ready. These include a valid passport, a letter of acceptance from a recognised Irish university, proof of funds showing that you have enough money to support yourself during your education, and English language proficiency test scores like IELTS or TOEFL. You can find a full list of these on the Edvoy knowledge base. What is the average cost of an Irish study visa? The average application cost for an Irish study visa is €60. Where to apply? You can apply for an Irish study visa online through the website of the Irish Naturalisation and Immigration Service. Start the visa application process by filling out and submitting the online application form. After completing the online application, you will have to go in personally to give your biometric fingerprints and photographs and have your visa interview. How to apply? First, you'll need to get together all the required documents. Next, fill out the online application on the website of the Irish Naturalisation and Immigration Service and submit it. Once you submit the form, you will be redirected to an online payment page. You can go ahead and make the payment to complete your application. Book an appointment with the local Irish Visa Centre, otherwise known as the VFS, Visa Facilitation Centre. Visit the VFS, submit the printout of your online application, and submit your biometric details. You may also need to attend a visa interview. Once you've completed all these steps, congratulations, your visa is on its way. You can track the progress of your visa through your application number. Are visa interviews mandatory? And what is asked in an Irish study visa interview? Visa interviews are not mandatory in Ireland. After going through your application, the visa officer might ask you to come in for an interview to clarify certain details you mentioned, like your background, education, and experience. How to handle an Irish study visa interview. Go through your application and your documents to prepare yourself. You can even try to take up mock tests to practice. Dress in professional attire and be early on the day of the interview. Stay calm and answer the questions clearly. You will be fine. If you want to find out more about studying in Ireland, you can visit our website for all the latest knowledge and expert tips to help you with your application. If you found this video useful, don't forget to comment, like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. See you in the next video.
Hello everyone, greetings, good afternoon and namaste. यहाँहरु सबैजनालाई हामी वेलकम गर्न चाहन्छौं आजको प्रोग्राममा र पुनः एकपटक हाम्रा गेस्टहरु जो जति पनि बाहिर हुनुहुन्छ उहाँहरुलाई चाहिँ हल भित्र आउनको लागि अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु र हल भित्र अलरेडी आफ्नो सिट मा बस्नु भएका सम्पूर्ण पार्टिसिपेन्ट्स गेस्टलाई पनि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद भन्दै म हुँ सदीक्षा श्रेष्ठ I'll be your host for the EdVoy Introducers Conclave 2021. I'm really excited to be here because it is something new and I'm hoping I'll also get to learn a lot र तपाईहरुले पनि आज धेरै इन्फर्मेटिभ कुराहरु सिक्नुहुन्छ भन्ने जस्तो मलाई लाग्छ हामी सबैलाई थाहा नै EdVoy is an education technology platform. With the past year, I think यो pandemicले यदि हामीलाई केही कुरा सिकाएको छ भने I think it's to go more digital. हामीले हाम्रो payments देखि लिएर विभिन्न कुरा पनि अब in person contact भन्दा पनि digitally गर्न थालेका छौं जस्तो लाग्छ. त्यसैकारणले स्टुडेन्ट्सहरु पनि जो जति पनि आफ्नो foreign universities अथवा बाहिर नेपाल बाहिर गएर पढ्न खोजिराख्नु भएको छ उहाँहरुको लागि पनि एउटा one stop solution जस्तो पनि भयो. It's digital, it's paperless, they'll be doing an informed decision र EdVoy सँग चाहिँ 200+ universities हरु पनि रहेका छन् र सँगसँगै 4 exclusive universities in नेपाल पनि रहेका छन्. ती हुन् University of South Wales, University of Brighton, University of Roehampton र Coventry University जसको चाहिँ representatives-हरु पनि अब एकैछिनमा आज साँझ हामीसँग कनेक्ट हुनुहुन्छ र उहाँहरुको युनिभर्सिटीको बारेमा पनि अझ बढी हामीलाई जानकारी दिनुहुन्छ. सो यहाँहरु सबैजनालाई आजको यस कार्यक्रममा स्वागत गर्दै म वेलकम एड्रेसको लागि EdVoy का सिनियर स्टुडेन्ट रिक्रुटमेन्ट म्यानेजर प्रज्ञा शाहजीलाई स्टेजमा बोलाउन चाहन्छु.
Thank you, Sadiksha. A very warm good afternoon to all the participants who have come here on behalf of EdVoy. It's really a pleasure to see so many of you here, a big group of our abroad study partners who have come here. We are really delighted to have you here, to come here and participate in our Agents Conclave 2021. So many of you have come a long distance to be here, which serves as a reminder to us as like just how important our work is, you know. So we will just be going through all the details about our product, what EdVoy is, how it's been done, you know, how we operate, how we progress, and everything will be explained in our later events. But first of all, let me tell you what EdVoy is. EdVoy is an innovative digital platform, or you can say it's a product that allows us to cater to more students and help them get more informed. They'll be able to make more informed decisions with the help of EdVoy and its platform. So EdVoy, if we break it down, I'll just explain how EdVoy, the name came. So EdVoy, Ed for education and Voy is for voyages. So education voyage, which means we want our student to have a very smooth ride from the time they decide to go abroad to the time they reach their destination. So that's our mission. And the purpose of today's event is to bring all of you, our education partners together and let's say bring together and we work together, how we can work together to make UK market in Nepal strong. We definitely need to, there's a lot of potential in the UK market right now for Nepal, and we want to make sure that all of you get good informed knowledge about the UK and how to progress with the UK market and how to give good advice or good counseling to our students and then make it a really, really strong market. So that's our purpose. To do this, we'll have our UK Edvoy team connecting with us directly through our digital platform. We'll also have a very informative session today at 5 p.m. from UKVI. So where we'll be discussing a lot about UK immigration and how Nepali students, can process the applications and all. So as Sadiksha has already informed, we would take a few questions from you. We'll do a small Q&A session as well. So I would again request all of you to have your questions written. Our team will collect it, and we will go through it, and we will, obviously we will not be able to answer all, give them all the questions, but we'll definitely select and give the most important questions, and we'll have a Q&A during that time. So we'll also be welcoming our chief guest today, Mr. Rajesh Samal, at 4:30. So it will be a very eventful and informative session. I do look forward to the event, and I hope you all will have a lot to learn and exchanged by the time the session ends. So thank you very much for coming today, and let's proceed with the event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pragyaji, for the welcome note. मैले अघि यहाँलाई भने झै आज हामीसँग विभिन्न स्पिकर्सहरू हुनुहुन्छ र कति स्पिकर्सहरू यहाँ नै इभेन्टमा हामीसँग हुनुहुन्छ भने कति चाहिँ भर्चुअली जुम मार्फत हामीसँग डिजिटली कनेक्ट पनि गर्दै हुनुहुन्छ। हामीले विभिन्न एडभोयको बारेमा पनि विभिन्न एस्पेक्टको बारेमा कुरा गर्छौँ। सँगसँगै मैले अघि भने झै हामीसँग युनिभर्सिटी रिप्रेजेन्टेटिभ्सहरू पनि हुनुहुन्छ र उहाँहरूले युनिभर्सिटी सेसन्स पनि लिनुहुन्छ र 5 PM मा UK भिजाज एन्ड इमिग्रेसनको बारेमा एउटा सेसन भइरहेको छ। सो पुनः एकपटक अनुरोध यहाँहरूलाई UK को भिजा र इमिग्रेसनको बारेमा कुनै पनि क्वेशन छ भने आफ्नो नोटप्याडमा त्यो क्वेशन लेख्नु होला। विल कम टु कलेक्ट द क्वेशन्स र त्यो चाहिँ हाम्रो स्पिकरलाई हामीले उहाँको सेसन सुरु हुनुभन्दा अगाडि दिन्छौँ सो द्याट शी इज वेल प्रिपेयर्ड एन्ड इज एबल टु एन्सर एनी क्वेशन्स द्याट यु माइट ह्याभ। यसपछि अब एडभोयको बारेमा अझ बढी जानकारी दिनका लागि टु टक मोर अन एडभोय एन्ड शेड लाइट अन द रिजन वी ऑल gathered here, we have Shahid Shabir, co-founder and CTO of Edvoy, and Rohan Jacob Joseph, user experience architect at Edvoy, connected with us via Zoom. So I hope that our technical team is already in set, and they'll soon be on the screen. They'll be connected to us via Zoom digitally, and they'll be able to relay their message to all of us. So I'd like to now give the floor to Mr. Syed Shabir and Rohan Jacob Joseph.
Hi team, hope I'm audible. Morning all. Would like to thank all for taking time from this busy schedule and take part in this introducers conclave. Would also like to thank the organizer to pull this event in such a grand style, and kudos to the team and keep up the good work, guys. And to those who don't know much about me, I'm Syed. I'm the co-founder and CTO at Edvoy, and I have around 18 plus years of experience working in software industry, and my specialties include building scalable software products, DevOps, artificial intelligence, and cybersecurity. We at Edvoy focus to deliver great customer experience through technology-driven solutions and services. And we also keep our customers at the heart of what we do, and we work backwards from there. So our values ensure that every one of us are customer obsessed versus the competitor obsessed trend that we normally see in this industry. This year, we are going to go full throttle on digital transformation journey that we have embarked on. And our goal is to remove these old traditional methods and processes that one usually finds in this kind of industry. And we replace them with digital processes and technologies which are going to be powered by the disruptive technologies like you would have heard AI and ML. So we are going to really implement that in our new portals and the CRMs that we are going to work on. And this ensures that we improve the overall efficiency and deliver the great software experience for our customers. Yeah, we'll just quickly share the presentation to you. So we are going to hand over this presentation to Rohan. But before that, I just want to quickly share a few quick high-level features that we are going to work or planning to work on CRM. Yeah. See, why Advoice? So we are here to solve real-world problems, and our solutions and services are going to be centered around delivering the technology as our main focus area. And we are going to build technology and use that in a simple and complex manner. But the complexity is something that we will see how it goes on. And based on the use cases, we'll build that scalable frameworks for you. And we are here to deliver a great experience. And our values always say that we are transparent, trustworthy, and triumphant. And by Q2 2021, is that what? Q2 2021, we are planning to roll out a brand new, fully powered introducer CRM with some great features. And we are really working hard on building some super cool AI and ML features, which at the moment is a kind of internal IP, but they will be soon part of public release once we hit that road. I will quickly skim through some at a very high level here, few of the features that we are currently working on. Our existing portal chatbot is going to be replaced by in-house developed AI-powered chatbot to ensure that the engagement between our students and advisor are more responsive and real-time. And introduce a CRM, which we are currently building. It's going to have an inbuilt finance module with facility to track your invoices live from the system. And we have plans to introduce the prediction engines, which is going to forecast the commissions an agent would probably receive based on the current student pipeline. And this prediction engine is going to be based on AI and ML, and this will factor in other feature variables, which mostly classified into behavioral and emotional features, which highly influences the chances of enrollment. With this, I would like to hand over the presentation to my product team. We have with us Rohan and Yasser. Yasser is a product owner, and Rohan is our UX architect. Over to Rohan now. Thanks.
Thanks, Syed. Welcome to the conclave, and really happy to talk in to such a big audience. I thank the team and an amazing work that you guys have done. So, as Syed said, we are building something really cool, right? So, what did we have at start? We do have the organizer, but then we went back to the team and then let's do something amazing. So we got all our team members together. We discussed what can be done, and then we did something really cool. Before showing off, we have what we have planned for the future. Let's go through some of the amazing functionality that we are planning to roll out. The CRM, that's going to come soon, Q2 of this year. But what's really amazing that's going to come in are the dashboards to start with. When I say dashboards, it's not just going to be a few charts or a few numbers that are thrown up to you, but then an actionable dashboard that you can actually work on or actually plan your work on for each day, giving you metrics to be more confident, to tell that the students that you're going to enroll, the projections that Syed mentioned, everything is going to be in a dashboard. The first thing that you look at is your dashboard, and you should be really proud of that, and you should be able to do work based on that. And we are bringing in dashboards that would cater to your need, and not just a generic dashboard that's just a bit of charts and numbers. What's next? Now, once you have the dashboard, you need to take some actions, right? So now we're going to bring you some actionable items like your task and follow-ups right up to your screen. That's there for you to take an action on. So it's not just you have to go through the CRM or you have to dig deep to figure out what needs to be done, but it's right there for you to make a call, to give it off to your team members, or you know what, just start a chat, and that's good enough. But that's there for you. And how do you track your application? So one thing that we got from everyone that's around is that you have to keep on figuring out what documents that needs to go with an application. Well, we're going to make that a passé, right? We're going to make sure that the application that you need for a university or for a course, that's right in front of you. Again, easy to use. You don't have to be worried about whether this application needs a certain document or not, but that's what the CRM is going to tell you. The CRM is going to give you, these are the documents needed. Do you have it? If you have it, it's automatically attached. If you don't have it, we let you know that how to get those documents and send it across. So we have thought of a lot of ways that can make your life easier and not go back. Now, another cool thing that we keep thinking of, or rather more important, is the student profile. Because as counselors, as anyone who have students at the heart of the product, would always want the best for the student. And the only way that you can get best for your student is to know your student. And to know your student, you need a strong profile. And we are creating something that is really strong and really powerful. And when I say powerful, you would know your student before giving an advice or attaching a course to them. So that's the level of importance that we're giving a profile, and how important, and that's what we think. We make sure that the student is the heart of the product, and you need to know the student. Now, once that is done, where do you go next? You need to know the right course to be attached to the student. And if that right course is there, can we offer a scholarship to the student? And that is again there. With every single application, we let you know what is the best scholarship that can go with it. We let you know which course would suit the student to start with. We give you a match. More than that, if there is more courses that needs to be attached to the student, we let you know that, the student prefers this country, prefers this certain place. These are the best universities you can get near to them. So let the CRM start doing the thinking. All you have to worry is about the student, getting the student the right match, and that's what. And another feature that we want to bring in is chat. Now, when you think of chat, it is not just talking to a student, but you have a problem and then you don't know whom to connect with. We are bringing everything into one centralized unit, and that's pretty much our CRM, right? So you have a problem with a course, or you didn't find a course, or you have a problem in logging in, or any other stoppages, you can just contact our support team, and we'll get back to you right away. And as a student, when you chat with the student, we make sure that you know the student. We have a profile or to understand what the student have last chatted. We make sure that the student or you can transfer all the documents to and from the student, and make sure it's such a seamless process. And we keep stressing on seamless because the fact is that we are here to serve the students, and we are here to make sure that their careers they should start off their careers the best possible way, and we facilitate that. So with that, I want to pass this over to Yasser, who's our product owner. He'll take you through rest of the features, and hope you guys get excited with using our new CRM. Passing over to Yasser.
Thanks, Rohan. Hey guys, hope you're all having fun there. It's a shame that we're not there personally to meet you all in live and in person, but hopefully things will get better soon, and we'll all meet up sometime. So I'll just follow up on with where Rohan paused. Application tracking. Okay, so one of the major feedback and one of the major challenges which everybody faces when looking to study abroad is that there's tons of processes involved, and there are tons of portals where you have to upload your application and you don't know what the status of your application is. So with the CRM, what we are trying to do is we are trying to build in a centralized system wherein the student, the introducers, the counselors, the universities, all are aware of what is happening with the application, which status the application is in, and when it is changing status to in a progressive manner, and get notified in a timely manner also. So if there is any action required for the application, let's say for example, there's a document which needs to be uploaded, or there's a change in procedure and the document is suddenly asked by the university, and you need to get in touch with the student immediately and get those documents uploaded as part of your application. You'll be able to do that when you get real-time notifications, which is something which we have addressed in the new CRM. And audit trail. So one other thing is that, let's say for example, that there are multiple people who are working with the student, and you don't know what has happened earlier with the student. How has he approached us earlier? Has he done business with us earlier, and what was his response then, and what did we respond then? If we did not go ahead with that student at that particular moment of time, why did we not go ahead with him? So if all this information is something which is captured under audit trail, so all the team members who are working with the student to get him, to help him achieve his goal of studying abroad, and they will all have visibility, they will all have information on what is happening with that student. And if that student takes any action, they'll be able to have clear visibility, and they'll be able to see the history of the student on when he has approached, when he have taken action against us, any action has been taken against the student in terms of sending out applications, sending out calls, sending out emails. All that information can be viewed in using the audit trail. And student activity. So student activity is basically when we try to track, we try to understand how engaged the student is with us. So there are people who generally come in and they just come in for the sake of coming. They see something, they come in and just to be honest, they just waste a lot of our times. For us to take a clear call on whether the student is exactly interested with us, is exactly interested in studying abroad or not, or if he's just looking to while away his time, we will get that sort of information from the students' activities. So this is based on a lot of data which is driven by the student, how the student behaves on the portal and outside the portal, such as the webinars which he attends, the articles which he reads up, the number of times which he contacts us, or the number of times he has reached out to us, the number of times he has engaged with us on social media or on otherwhere else. So all this will lead into a student engagement profile, which will in turn help us to understand that how excited or how interested the student is actually in studying abroad, or if he's just looking to while away his time. So this will also help us to identify and help us to prioritize a student such that students which require further immediate attention and students which could, it is okay, we'll take care of them a little time later. So it'll help you prioritize your students also. That is the goal behind tracking student activity. And the main part, compliance process. As you guys are all aware, universities are coming up with strong compliance processes, and they are coming with frequent calls to improve the compliance process. So we have set up a certain set of systems within the application process itself, wherein you'll be able to identify where the student is, how the student scores in the compliance process. If let's say for example there's a visa interview process which is about to happen, so you take a couple of visa interviews, you find out how the student is performing, find out if the student is lagging in certain areas and he needs to improve. So all that systems, all that processes, all that conversations will be tracked in a single system using the CRM. Here you'll be able to track the financial documents which the student sends out, and whether they have actually been approved by the bank or not, or if they are fraudulent documents. So all that compliance systems that will be brought in here to the CRM. And finally, commissions and incentives, the important part. So this is something which I would like to again quote what Syed said earlier about transparency, trustworthiness and being triumphant. So that is what Edvoy is all about, and that is the value which we have tried to bring into the CRM by making it transparent in terms of the commissions which they get paid out based on what are all the key performance indicators, or the incentives which paid out based on how you performed in a particular quarter or in a particular periodic time period, and the commission rates which are dealt out by as per the contract. So all that information is highlighted, it is displayed in the CRM for all of us to see and for all of us to agree upon. So it is basically is that what you see is what you get. So there is no terms and conditions apply. There is no extra asterisk to a condition or anything like that. So what you see is what you get is basically what we're trying to say with the new CRM. Fully transparent process which will help us together be triumphant and be trustworthy in the market as a whole. So with that, I'd like to conclude this presentation and pass it on to Katie. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much to all our speakers for shedding light on the new platform of Edvoy, which is going all digital. Definitely, it's trying to be a better platform for agents and students alike. You can also download the Progressive Web application if you go to edvoy.com with both your iOS or Android system. You'll be able to download this Progressive Web application that's very, very easy and is very user-friendly as well. And also sharing a personal experience as someone who went abroad to do her master's, I know that students are definitely looking for an easy platform to search all the options that they have, for someone to guide them to get to the best destination that they can. And many students in Nepal also choose UK as their destination because there are some fantastic, amazing universities in UK which offer amazing courses and amazing packages for students as well. And Edvoy also has 80+ UK universities in connection to them. And now to brief about the UK universities and the market potential in Nepal, I would like to invite Mr. Vijay Sricharan, the Director, South Asia, Edvoy. We'll just get the technical issues sorted out because Mr. Vijay has a presentation. But पुनः एकपटक म यहाँलाई सम्झाउन चाहन्छु, यहाँहरूले आफ्नो सब्स्क्रिप्सन फर्म भर्नु भएको छैन भने एकचोटि तपाईको आफ्नो इमेल एड्रेसमा चेक गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ। रेजिस्ट्रेसनमा तपाईले जुन इमेल एड्रेस दिनुभएको थियो त्यो इमेल एड्रेसमा नै तपाईको सब्स्क्रिप्सन फर्म आइसकेको छ होला र तपाईले यो आजको कार्यक्रमको बीचसम्म पनि आफ्नो सब्स्क्रिप्सन फर्म भरेर इमेल ब्याक गर्नुभयो भने आजको कार्यक्रमको अन्त्यसम्म तपाईले आफ्नो कन्ट्र्याक्ट पनि पाउन सक्नुहुन्छ र छिटै नै काम पनि सुरु गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ। त्यसैकारणले एउटा अनुरोध चाहिँ तपाईको आफ्नो सब्स्क्रिप्सन फर्म तपाईसँग अहिले समय छ भने तपाईले त्यो सब्स्क्रिप्सन फर्म पनि भर्न सक्नुहुन्छ। Once again, thank you so much सबैजना जोइन गर्नुभएको छ आजको कार्यक्रममा र अघि भने चाहिँ 5 to 5:30 there is a briefing on UK visas and immigration by Divya Malhotra. She is the customer account manager, education for South and Southeast Asia, Home Office, British High Commission, New Delhi. So उहाँलाई चाहिँ तपाईले UK को भिजा र इमिग्रेसन प्रोसेसको बारेमा पनि केही क्वेशन्सहरु सोध्न चाहनुहुन्छ भने तपाईहरु सबैको टेबलमा यो सानो नोटबुक छ होला एन्ड पेन्सिल्सहरु पनि छ होला। सो आफ्नो क्वेशन लेख्न सक्नुहुन्छ र यता आएर छोड्दिनु भए पनि हुन्छ एन्ड we'll be able to give the questions to Miss Divya before she comes online. Are we ready? So I'd like to request Mr. Vijay Sricharan to kindly come forward and brief us about the UK universities and the market potential in Nepal.
Namaste to everyone. Good afternoon. It's not my first time in Nepal. I've been here for the 9 times and I've been in this market for almost 4 years now. not just for the leisure, but pretty much for the business trips. And I've been doing the road shows, not just in Kathmandu, but been to Pokhara, Butwal, Chitwan, Hetauda, and traveled and met some of you here and some of you there who've come all the way from there just for us to be with us. So I can see some of the faces whom I've met there. So thank you for coming down here. And this is an event not just for us, it is an event for you. It is an event for the industry because we believe in transparency, we believe in inclusive growth, and that's been our mission. So welcome to the EDVOI launch in Nepal, and welcome to the Introducers Conclave 2021. We wish to take this forward every year, year on year, with you, with all of us together as one family of EDVOI Nepal. And like many of us have been speaking about this, and just for your information, most of you have offices in different sizes. And when students come, the first experience they get is you kind of give them a long list of paper, which is called as an inquiry form, and they want to kind of fill that. By the time they come to the 3rd floor or the 4th floor, and there are already 500 other offices, and they go through the same paperwork every day, day in and day out, 15 minutes in and out. We want to change all of that. We want to change that completely and make it paperless for you, completely digital, with a single click of a button where you can kind of go digital. And there's amazing opportunities for you and for us and for everybody here by going digital. And especially the pandemic has treated us that way. We've seen what has happened to all of us, but still we went digital, we sustained our business, we sustained our students, we completely went online, we completely went to a digital classroom, and we made things happen. So this product is a very innovative product where we want to kind of ensure that every one of you can get benefited in the industry, whether it's schools, colleges, universities, students, agents, whom we call as introducers, because we just don't look at you as agents, we look at you as a referral partner, as introducers. So that's the jargon that we want to use in the industry. We want to change how people think, behave, and perform, and kind of look at us as industry professionals here. So that being said, I've got a quick presentation here. I'm not going to take much of your time boring down because I'm sure you all had been with a lot of presentations already. So what is EDVOI? EDVOI means Education Voyages, and this is something which has come out of a vision of our founder, Sadiq Basha, the CEO and founder, who's been in this industry for almost 20 years, who went as an international student from Chennai, South India, and went to the UK, and worked in a coffee shop, struggled his life, and built up IEC Abroad, a brick and mortar consultancy, which was completely paper-based. And from there, with this 20 years of experience that he's got, he also opened another college, a premium British English college, called his NCG, New College Group. And then from there on, he came up with this amazing idea when he was in Turkey, when he was going for a leisure trip, that you know what, if there's something digital that everybody can use on their mobile phone, that every one of you, the student, the referral partners, introducers, the schools, colleges, universities, everybody can use, and they can kind of make this completely paperless. So that's the idea, and we want to bring in this transparency to each one of you so that you can actually use this and get benefited from the very single click of your button. So that being said, our vision, if you can see that, our vision is we believe everybody has the right to education, every one of us. And our technology concepts prospective students with education providers through impartial advice and engaging content. Through innovation, we break down international barriers to make education genuinely global. So that's our mission. And to simplify the world of education through technology by empowering students to make more informed decisions. When I say informed decisions, just think about it. If you ask me, do I know all the colleges and schools in Nepal? Really no. Sitting from my place, I don't know. Only if I come here, I spend time, I interact with people, will I know. So for a student who's just 16 years old or 18 years old, going for the first time abroad for study, he or she may not know anything about studying abroad, right? So information is wealth. Information is really important. What are the course modules? How much should I prepare for my finances? And for us, even for us for that matter, as industry professionals, just last week I got to know there's a new course called Cognitive Systems Engineering. Do you know that? There's a new course called Cognitive Systems Engineering. How many of us know there's mechatronics? Or how many of us know that we only know the common courses and we send students to those? There are 36,000 courses in the platform. 36,000 courses. Data science is amazing. Nepali students can actually benefit because of data science. Analytics, computer science engineering, aircraft maintenance, because now the Nepali airlines are really picking up. I can actually fly from one city to the other city in just Buddha in like 20 minutes. I don't get that opportunity in India. It's going to take me 1 hour minimum. So things are really working out. So what we want to do is we want to ensure that every student gets benefited because of making that informed decision. That's the core of the product here. So again, our values, if you can go on to the next slide, please. The next one. So that's our values. We stand for these values. Be global. Empower. Empower you, empower the student, empower the institutions, empower the partners. Innovate. Every step of our journey, we are innovating this. Be honest. We want to be very transparent with you. We want to be very honest with you. Whether in India we say there are 2 golden ladies. I've said this in all my road shows. The 2 beautiful golden ladies we call in India. It's not Aishwarya Rai and Sushmita Sen. I'm talking about Lakshmi and Saraswati, right? So we got to be very honest with you in terms of both the Lakshmi and Saraswati, which is the money and the knowledge and wisdom. That's us. That's Edvoy. And you can see all with us. When I say all with us, right now we have about 200 partner institutions, 36,000 courses. In 2 years, we're going to make that to 2,000 partner institutions and more than 1 million courses. So that's what we are aiming for. And for that, we will have to work together so that you can change those conventional practices of using the paper and go just paperless, go more digital. Use Edvoy in your reception. Use Edvoy with your students while you're counseling students. Use Edvoy while you're counseling parents. That's what we want you to do. Go further. Go further. So you can see the reason why we say we are truly global is because we've got offices in all these places. We work in different continents. We work in almost 7 continents. And we've got business development managers. We've got office premises. And we kind of really have an amazing team. We've got almost 25 nationalities working in Edvoy. From Latin America, North America, India, CIS, Brazil, Saudi Arabia. We've been sending thousands of students from Riyadh, Jeddah, Al-Koba. India, we've got 4 offices. In New Delhi, Chennai, Hyderabad, Vijayawada. Now in Nepal, we've got 4 offices. So it's a truly global experience that you're getting from our team. Go forward. So what we've been working on in the last 1 year is we've been working on 3 things, the 3 core areas that my founder, Sadiq Basha, has been instructing all of us to really work on is the culture. And the culture is people number 1, and then the product, and then the process. So if you see the presentation here again, people, product, and process. These are the 3 P's we've been working on. We've been working on the entire paper process that you're following, and we are converting that to digitization, to digital experience. So in case you have any inputs, any feedback that you want in the product, email us. Just let us know. We would love to hear from you because all your experience is a value add for us. All your wisdom, there could be professionals here with 20 years of experience, 15 years of experience counseling students. We want that to be translated into a product. So this is your product. Go on. Go on. Go on to the next slide, please. Oh. Yeah. So that's the digital experience we are talking about. If you can just go into our knowledge base, because we're going to be providing you knowledge base access about different courses. You will have different content. You can be abreast about what's happening in the latest technology trends or education trends. Everything is going to be there as a curated content. You will get it on your mobile phone. So that's the digital experience we are talking about. Go on. Next slide. So we got 36,000 courses on the platform. 20,000 students we've already done in the last 16 years of our experience. And then 200 partner institutions is what we have in the Edvoy right now. So this is your asset. This is what you have in Edvoy right now to access. So just a quick briefing on the UK universities. As you all know, there's a lot of potential for UK universities. There are trained consultants already from British Council and from other places. But just to let you know, the UK universities are really taking it seriously when it comes to international students this year. And the Prime Minister Boris Johnson is pro-international students. And right now we have the graduate immigration route. This is the best time for UK universities to kind of get students from all the nationalities, especially South Asian students. You also have the Brexit going in, so that there's a lot of opportunities for blue-collar and white-collar jobs, especially skilled jobs, part-time jobs, where students can work for 20 hours. So just to give you an insight on the presentation again, if you can go on to the slide, please. LED is back.
So I think that was just a 10 seconds break for everybody, but we're back on with the power, so we'll start.
So while we get the LED back, so sorry about that. It's just a power problem there. Yeah. So just to give you an insight in terms of the situation in the UK. So I've had a conversation with my head office in Manchester, and we've been working with some of the students, especially the Nepali students. We sent about 300 odd in the last 2 years from Nepal. And what we've seen is the students have really taken it on. They switched on with the COVID pandemic, So the universities asked them, do you have a laptop? Do you want a laptop? Can you log into the online Zoom sessions and kind of engage with us? So the universities have really supported the international students during the pandemic. And that's one thing that and not just the universities, there are associations like the UUKI, there's associations like BEULA, the Universities Liaison, the British Universities Liaison Association. So they've all got together and really taken care of the students in the pandemic. The good part about the UK culture is, one, it's very liberal. It appreciates diversity, and it's the birthplace of English, native speakers, the rich knowledge that you get from the university. If you see, most of the system that we follow here is pretty much where students come to the school or college and university, they sit and they listen, and they just listen, and they're on the receiving end. While in the universities in the UK, it's pretty much on your coursework, your project work, your theses, your research assignment, and you've got lots of clubs if you just go to any of the UK university, you've got clubs like, if you're interested in making sushi, then you can actually get into a Japanese fish food club. If you're interested in athletics, you can get into athletics club. So your exposure, just think about a classroom, an average classroom size in the UK. There's a Chinese Canadian, there's an African American, there's a Nepali student, and there's somebody from Europe. So the amount of diversity that the international students would get in the UK university, and the practical exposure that they would get, which they only get through the bookworm kind of culture in this part of the world, is really different from what's there. So that's one thing, that's the main reason why students love to go to the UK. So that being said, we got a few more. So you can see that if you go to the UK as a study destination, so there are about 165 higher education institutions in the UK. And of that, about 137 universities, public and private. And we work with almost 80 plus universities in the UK. We work with some of the top Russell Group universities. As you know, Russell Group universities are the top 1% in the world. I'm sure you all know Oxford and Cambridge. But apart from Oxford and Cambridge, there are a lot of other universities like Glasgow, Loughborough, Edinburgh, and all of these universities where the research is amazing. The infrastructure, the virtual infrastructure, the overall experience, the holistic learning ability that a student would get in this kind of a university is an amazing experience. And if you have an opportunity to visit UK university, you should grab on it. So what are we trying to kind of do here is we are trying to kind of give this to every student an opportunity to stay, to live, and to work part-time in the UK. But by doing so, they can also know and make an informed decision through the app. By using the app, they can compare 3 courses right now, right? And they can actually see, for example, if they want to study data science, they can compare 3 universities with the fee they will get to know, and they can also compare the course modules. What am I going to study on the first semester, the second semester? Everything can be looked into it. I'm just going to quickly run through the visa process from Nepal. A lot of them, actually, when I spoke to the agents in Butwal and Chitwan and other places, the first question is, we don't know the visa process. Is it cumbersome? Is it really complicated? Because we know other countries, but we don't know the visa process for UK. To be honest with you, it's pretty simple and straightforward. Very, very easy. All that they've got to do is go on to gov.uk, create a profile. As you can see, all that they need is an unconditional offer and a CAS. What is a CAS? CAS is confirmation of acceptance of studies, which means you paid a financial deposit and you've been given an unconditional offer, which means you met all the conditions. There could be only 2 conditions, right? One is your academic condition. The second is your English communication, right? Which is your English condition. So if you met these 2 conditions, you get an unconditional offer, and from thereafter, you get your CAS, which is confirmation of acceptance of studies. So once you obtain this, you can actually make an easy visa application, just going on to gov.uk, fill in the form, select your university, just put in your alphanumeric CAS number, your visa application is done. And then you pay your NHS fee. What is NHS? National Health Surcharge. So what is National Health Surcharge? So just in case if there is a student who's paying this fee right here, it's a part of the visa process. If he pays this fee, anything for that matter, if he's got a finger injury or if it's got a COVID or whatever it is for that matter, everything is covered in NHS. So they get the best of the health facility, and this is part of the visa process as well. So as you can see, of course, you also have the local requirement like the NOC and all that, which you will anyway go through. But apart from that, the process is very simple and straightforward. Many of you who would have done in 2009 and 2011 are now going to revisit it, and you're going to do it again. So we're going to do a detailed training session for all of you, week on Zoom. So we're going to be doing sessions about university, about visa application process, which are the best courses to study for undergraduate level, postgraduate level, foundation level, and doctorate level. So all of this information session is going to come to you. We've got 2 of our people here, Pragya Shah and Sujina, and then we have Philip DC, the country director. So these guys are there to locally support you, and we are there to give you the global support in terms of the application process. The good part is if you log into our CRM, and if you make an application for any other student for any degree, and if all the documents, if there are no pending documents, and if there are all the documents, we would process that application within 8 to 12 hours real time. That means we can, if you apply for 6 universities, we can process that application within 6 to 8 hours real time. We can ensure that every university has gotten it, and we'll give you a confirmation. And the best thing is, we are having roughly about 500 WhatsApp groups now. So every person who has come here will have a dedicated WhatsApp group with our support team. We have experts for shortlisting, just in case you're not able to find the right solution in the platform. They can give you the right link for the university, and they can give you more information. If you want any more information which is not there, we can still provide that information with our dedicated support staff back in India. They are there just to help you, all of you, and we will have a dedicated WhatsApp group set up. So you can contact Sujina and Pragya for that to be enabled for your company. Yeah, so just in case, if you don't know the visa process, please do attend our visa training sessions. Every month we are going to be running these sessions going forward. And in case you have any doubts, before you hit the button submit on your visa application, call us or just WhatsApp us. That's it. Because you can save the visa application in your gov.uk. You don't have to submit it. So you have an option to save. Yep, perfect. So going further, of course, you need a TB test certificate. So there are some centers like where you can go and take it. So that's the place where you can go and take your TB test for your health condition to be met for your visa application. So preparing for your UK visa interview. So this is something which all of you should really get trained on, because right now we've got a huge, huge visa success rate when it comes to Nepal. We got about 99.9% visa success rate last year, with just one student forgetting to actually attach the financial document, and then we had to go for an administrative review. So that's the actual situation right now. So that being said, it's very important that all of you know what the embassy experts, what the Home Office expects from each of you. So if you guys know as trained professionals what to be told to the students, then it'll be really easy. So what they really look for is whether the student is genuine, right? Whether he has the right interest and inclination to study that particular subject in that particular university. Does he or she know how to navigate from the airport? Can he or she speak at least neutral English? Because it's an English country, right? So they can't speak the local language. So they expect the students to speak in English, to communicate in English, both written and oral. And even the booking system in the universities is going to be online. So they can email the professor in case they have any questions. They can book the session online. So they need to be computer savvy. They need to be digital savvy. They need to be having the required communication skill. And they should know what they're going to study. They need to know the course modules of the respective course. So most of the students, they fumble and they don't know the course modules. It is important that you tell them to research well about the course they've chosen, completely the course modules, the required course module for the first year, the second year, and the third year. So they should be aware about it. So these are certain things. And then what we do is, for every student, these are the value-added services that you get from us, which means for every student, even before they go for their final credibility interview with the UKVI or with the university, you will have a mock interview with the EDVOI team. So we have an amazing compliance team with 3 people who will be there just for your support, who will basically give a final mock interview, and they would say, these are the ones that the student is still lacking, so you have to work on it. This is the value-added service we want to give. We want to make sure that we work for you, with you, as a team, both on compliance and conversion. Yeah? So, moving on. How to write a personal statement. So, some of you who have been doing the US market and other places, so you all know SOP, right? So statement of purpose. So in the UK, it's called the personal statement. So the personal statement should talk about the student. It's pretty much about the student. What the student wants to study, what is his interest, what is his inclination towards the subject, why he wants to study in that university, why he wants to study that particular course. right? This is the most important. And then comparing with other institutions or other countries, why has he chosen that particular institution? So this is the most important reason that they would like to explain. And their short-term goals. What are they going to do after they complete their education in the UK? How are they going to fund the education? If these are explained in the personal statement, it would actually it would be really easy for the admission panel to actually look at the personal statement and give them an unconditional offer. Most of the students, I've seen would have smart guy Nepal 2020 at yahoo.com or of that sort emails. So if you can just ensure they have a professional email, a professional curriculum vitae, a professional personal statement, these are the basic things which UK universities expect. So as us, all of us as industry professionals, if we can kind of work on it, because I know you get all of these documents, okay, just put it onto one PDF, send it. No, we can't do that. We got to be looking at case by case. We got to be spending our time. We are education professionals here. They are students, right? So we got to be working with them closely to ensure we polish, we present all these small things. Yes or no? Yeah? Can I get a yes? Okay, great. I was thinking I was only doing a monologue because this is something which I really want from all of you. Yeah, so personal statement is really, really important. Yeah? Going on, letter of recommendation. So what is letter of recommendation? So for undergraduate, most of the universities expect only one letter of recommendation, but for postgraduate, which is your master's degree, you require two letter of recommendation. So it can be from your school principal or the immediate class teacher or the subject teacher, or just in case if the student is very good in dance or classical music, even the dance teacher or anybody who's been very closely associated with the child can actually give a letter of recommendation. So it need not be only the head of the institution, it can be even the class teacher or the subject teacher, because what they actually look for is whether they know the student. Head of the institution, the principal may not know all the students, but the class teacher and the subject teacher will actually know. And the good part is our product team, Edvoy, they are making your life so easy. Because what you have to do is you have to go get the principal, you have to ask the principal, can you give me a letter? And it takes 1 week, they have to put the stamp, signature. No more paper. Just get the principal's email ID, as long as it's an official email ID. Put it on the product. This is what my product team is working on right now. Just put it on the email. If it's an official email, just send it out. Edvoy will send a direct communication to the principal asking for a reference. They can write the reference, it comes and sits into it, a completed holistic application. Are we making your life easy? Thank you. So, advantages of early application. So, a lot of these students in South Asia, not just India, but in Nepal, in Pakistan, in Bangladesh, in Sri Lanka, they have this tendency of doing everything at the last minute. So we call somebody at 10, they come at 10:30, right? And there's exam tomorrow, you actually studied today. So this is the last minute rush. Unfortunately, this year, if you want to ensure that your students are successful, everything is going to end by May, June. Because last year's students are also there for this year. You're getting my point, right? So it's important that you make your early application, especially for your September 2021, you got to make in your application before May. If you don't do that, then because your process for your NOC, your finances, your visa, and you're booking your flight and accommodation, it's going to take a minimum of 25 to 30 days. Yes or no? Yeah? So it is important that you log in your application before May and ensure that the student has a completed application with all the required documents. Please ensure that. And ensure that the student knows where he's going to stay, how much living expenses are required, and how to navigate from the airport to the university. And one more thing, most of the UK universities do provide airport pickup service. So if you are working with our team closely, we will ensure that your student also get a delightful experience. We actually don't do that, right? We sometimes forget it. But just think about a small student who's 16 years or 18 years of age. He goes this for the first time he goes to study abroad, and shouldn't it be a delightful landing experience? That somebody comes and picks them up and they've given a proper shelter, they've taken care of them. So it's very important you work with us closely and you keep us informed on every stage of the application, so we do the same as well. Yeah? So advantage of early application, first thing is get to know the conditions. So if you have a student applying for a particular course, they need not apply only for one university, they can actually apply for multiple choices, and they can make a decision at their side and not you. So you can only kind of tell them the right advice, but give them the impartial advice so that they can choose, they can make the decision, the student and the parent. So that's the good part about it. Yeah, go on. Next slide. So this is something which is very important again. So the UK visa system is based on a point-based system. So you're going to be having a further briefing down with the UK Visa High Commission from Delhi. Divya Malhotra is joining us today, and you will have a proper briefing about the visa process. And if you have any questions, please write it down. Please give it to Sadiksha. So she's going to be ready with all the questions that she can ask her as well. If you have any questions, please write it down. So points-based system. So your CAS, which is your confirmation of acceptance of studies, is 40 points. And then you have 10 points for your proof of your finance, proof of funds, which is your bank statement or your education loan letter or whatever you actually show from Nepal. So that's going to be 10 points. And your English language proficiency. So if you do your IELTS, your Pearson test of English, or any particular, we call it a CELT in UK, which is called the Secured English Language Testing. Right? So any of these tests would actually carry 10 points. So English 10, Finance 10, and then your confirmation of acceptance 40 points. So this is the most important, 50 points. So that's about 70 points, which is required for you to get your visa. Then comes it's also about the attendance. It's not just about getting the visa. So after they go there, they have to attend the classes regularly, whether it's physical or online, because attendance is mandatory, right? So at least a 90% attendance, if not 100%. They could be having a genuine reason, but they could email the professor. They could just call the professor. They could let the teacher know, but they just can't ignore the classes. So it's very important you let them know what they can actually do there and what they shouldn't be doing there, the do's and don'ts. It's very important. Because every student has an opportunity to work there for 20 hours part-time. So that's 20 hours legally permitted. It's there on the visa. So there are some mischievous students who actually do a little more. So we have to train them. We have to educate them, bring them the awareness, do the right thing. Yeah? So that's the portfolio we have. You've already seen it. So we have about 80 plus universities in the UK. These are some of the premium institutions. If you just ask me some questions like, for example, aircraft or, manufacturing, I would say Cranfield. MBA, I would say. So it's very easy for me. So you would actually get to know when you use the platform how easy it becomes for you to actually select the course and select the university so that you can also make an informed decision. Go ahead. These are our diamond partners. We work with them exclusively in Nepal. So Pragya and Sujina are here based in Kathmandu. They will be traveling to other cities as well. And most of you know them. So they're going to be working with you closely for these diamond partners where we can actually help you cater to the requirements for any of your students who are willing to work with us. Yeah. So these are some of the prestigious institutions we work with. Some of the top ranking ones in the UK. Like I said, we work with almost 14 of the Russell Group universities in the UK. So this is the CELT requirements which you already know. So for UK, you can also do the UK VI IELTS. And there's also IELTS, which you already know. And there are other PTE tests and TOEFL IBT. All of that is accepted. The good part is some of the students, if they are coming in the last minute and if they can't do the IELTS or they don't have the time to do that, if they've studied in an English medium school, in an English curriculum, and if they've studied in their 12th grade, which is the higher secondary, right? And if they scored more than B+, right? They are eligible for an IELTS waiver for some of the universities, not all of the universities. So if you work with our team closely, we can let you know on those universities where you can process applications without the IELTS requirement. Those are only for some universities though. Yeah. So thank you very much for for listening to me all this while. This is just a very high-level training, not an intensive one, because we've got a large gathering. If I do an intensive one, then it's going to be really intensive. So we're going to be doing that on Zoom so that you get more information, and we will send you a lot of information on emails as well. So at the end of the day, we want you to have that knowledge so that you can help the student, guide the student, and mentor the student. And I really look forward to working with you and speaking to all of you on an individual basis. So thank you very much for coming down here today, and it's wonderful to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vijay, for a very detailed presentation. I think यहाँ आज आउनुभएका कति पार्टिसिपेन्ट्सहरूको लागि धेरै कुरा छर्लङ्ग पनि भयो होला। उहाँले यति राम्रो तरिकाले जे जस्तो कुराहरू चाहिन्छ एज एन एजेन्ट, एज एजुकेसन प्रोफेसनल भनौँ अझ तपाईहरूले स्टुडेन्ट्सहरू और एस्पायरिङ स्टुडेन्ट्सहरू जो चाहिँ बाहिर विदेशमा गएर आफ्नो एउटा राम्रो डिग्री लिने सपना लिएर तपाईहरूसम्म पुग्नुहुन्छ, उहाँहरूलाई अझ राम्रो तरिकाले गाइड गर्नका लागि तपाईहरूले के कस्तो कुराहरू उहाँलाई भन्न सक्नुहुन्छ, के कस्तो डकुमेन्ट्सहरू चाहिन्छ र त्यो डकुमेन्ट्समा के कुरा राख्नुपर्छ त भनेर तपाईहरुलाई जानकारी पनि दिनुभयो। लाइक मिस्टर विजय मेन्सन, देयर आर 36,000 प्लस कोर्सेस र अबको 2 वर्ष जस्तोमा अझ बढी कोर्सेसहरू उहाँले थप्ने प्लान गर्दै हुनुहुन्छ भनेर पनि भन्नुभयो। र हामी कनेक्ट गर्न पनि खोजिरहेका छौं र कनेक्ट यसपछि हामी एडभोयका फाउन्डर एन्ड सिइओ मिस्टर सदिक बाशासँग कनेक्ट गर्छौं। तर त्योभन्दा अगाडि मलाई अलिकति इन्फर्मली क्वेसन सोध्न मन लाग्यो। अब यति धेरै कोर्सेसहरू आजकल अवेलेबल छ, तपाईले कुनै पनि स्टुडेन्टलाई एउटा अलिकति युनिक कोर्स कुन चाहिँमा रेफर गर्नुभएको छ र कहाँ जानुभएको छ त? कस्तो कस्तो कोर्सेसहरू लाइक जनरल हामीले गर्ने एमबीए, बीबीए, लेट्स से आर्किटेक्चर, इन्जिनियरिङ, एमबीबीएस बाहेक अलिकति ठुलो बोल्नु भयो भने मैले सुन्छु, हात उठाउनु भयो पनि हुन्छ नभए। युनिक कोर्सेसहरू हुन्छ नि, जस्तो 36,000 प्लस कोर्सेसहरू रहेको छ भन्यो। मेरो दिमागमा त यसो मैले नोट गरेँ भने 10 वटा भन्दा बढी लेख्न सक्दिनँ होला सायद। तर फर एक्जाम्पल ब्याचलर्स इन फिल इन द ब्ल्याङ्क्स हुन्छ नि, त्यस्तो इन्ट्रेस्टिङ कोर्सेसहरू के आइरहेको छ, तपाईहरुले पनि आफूलाई कतिको अपडेटेड राख्नु भएको रहेछ भनेर यसो हेरौँ न त भनेर। Sports, all right. Sports is definitely an upcoming sector. I think sports nutrition, especially, Mapani, there are a lot of money can also be made. So yeah, sports is definitely an up and coming, alikati different subject. Craft, science, electronics, aeronautics. All right. Music. All right, so a lot of different interesting courses. Hazur? Okay, I can't hear you, but I'll talk to you later. So Mr. Sadiq Basha, the founder and CEO of EdVoy, is already with us, and he will be delivering the keynote address for today. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome Mr. Sadiq Basha.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you can hear me. Thank you very much for EdVoy and the team for organizing this great event in Nepal. I can only apologize. I couldn't make physically to be in Nepal. I'd love to be there. I was in Nepal January 2020. Fell in love with it. I really mean it. The people, the food, and the country, you can't go wrong. So just a bit of an idea. Who we are and how did we start it and what do we want to do. So just a bit of a context. I'm sure you guys have been listening to a lot of speakers, and I'm aware that there's a long list to go, but I'll try to keep as interactive as possible. Just to give an idea, ladies and gents, my journey started as a student myself 18 to 19 years ago. I traveled to the UK to study in the UK. So I went through an agency, as most of the students do, and that's what we are doing now. And I realized that when I arrived, the city wasn't the right city I was looking for, and I was missold. That's where the penny dropped. And I went and changed university and went to London, and I studied in Greenwich University. So that's where the business started. And I thought, okay, how can I help my fellow Indian students where I come from the subcontinent. Started helping the students, and that turned out to be a business now. So IEC started 15 years ago, ladies and gents. It was very clear from day one, we will be transparent and we will give impartial advice to our students. Students need to make informed decisions. Of course, back in the days, you can imagine, Google was basic. There wasn't any Facebook or WhatsApp or all the social media. Whatever means we had, we did what we could. That has been going. We expanded in many parts of the world. We expanded offices in India, now in Nepal, in Pakistan, in Thailand, in China, the Middle East, now in Latin America, and other part of the world. So we've been recruiting over a few thousand students every year, from 15 to 20 nationalities. Back in 2010, I launched another company called New College Group. It's a group of English language schools. So we thought a lot of students also come and study English language in the UK. How do we help them? So NCG was fully approved by the UK government. We had the UKVI with the chair for all of that. So we again had 30 plus nationalities of students coming every year, a few thousand students coming studying with us in Manchester, Liverpool and Dublin. NCG became very successful. We were going down this route. I wasn't very convinced with that when the technology was moving, and I thought, how do I make a IEC as a platform where students can make their own decision? And we can also create an ecosystem where our agents can work with us. And that was the genuine reason. In 2015, I didn't know how to go about that because I'm not a software engineer, I'm a mechanical engineer, although I didn't like the bolts and the nuts. So went into the education area. So the idea came in 2015. The project was called MATE back then because I thought MATE is a very common word in UK and Australia, and people, I'm sure you're familiar with that. Then recently we changed the name back in the beginning of last year or end of 2019 to EdVoy. It sounds well, it's an education voyage together. So this journey was an amazing journey. We were very clear how this platform can help, where the students can find the course of the university and they can easily compare and they, based on the budget and the qualification and the city preference they have. All of these are pain points we have seen students coming across, and also our agents asking, we have the student, this is the qualification and this is the subject and the city they prefer, where should they go? So we thought, how about we convert those pain points into a digital solution where we can bring a bit of a technology, artificial intelligence and machine learning, where the system, the platform understands the pain point and give you relevant choices. So that's where EdVoy was born, and we launched in India last year. We've done a great success, and we're doing that today in Nepal with our partner Philip and on the whole team. So again, in 2013 we launched a CRM called Organizer, which you guys are currently using. It does what it needs to be done, but while we're building EdVoy front-end portal, which you see now, we're also building our own CRM, which will be ready very soon for you. I'm sure the product team would have explained to you earlier. So that's the journey we're going through. And the idea is very clear, ladies and gents. We want to make sure you feel comfortable and confident using the platform, where you log in, you help your student to find the course based on the requirement, you apply. You can chat with our consultant, who are your partners, who are there to support you, help through the journey, so that your students are taken care. Okay, so that's about, that's exactly what we're trying to achieve. So all the pain points are captured. The areas where we find some issues coming across in our business, I'm sure, for whatever reason, sometimes we get a bad press, correct? Rightly or wrongly so. And let's face it, we do have sometimes people who are in this industry, they give misinformation to our students. Hence, we want to avoid all of that by using technology and showing as much as transparency as possible. If you see the values of Edvoy is very clear. Be honest. We really mean that. And that's exactly how I started this journey many years ago. And we wouldn't do otherwise. So that's been the reason for our success. Be honest to our students. And I say to our partners, our introducers, these are your fellow students. You are actually working with somebody else's career. So yeah, we all are here, same time to make money, have a good bottom line. We could do that by also giving the right advice and honest advice. So ensure your students understand which city they're going to go to study. So they may not be aware of the city differences in the UK, whether it's a big metropolitan city like London or Manchester, Birmingham, or is it a smaller cities outside. So it all has its own positives and its own, I wouldn't say negative, it has its own areas, where students may love to stay in a smaller cities perhaps. So it has to be based on the student requirement. So I would say to my partners, please ensure the students really understand where they're going to study, the city itself clearly. And also some of the problems we have come across from speaking to our universities, students, especially from the subcontinent when they arrive, they have a big problem with the attendance rate. So please, I request our partners again to ensure the students are aware that if you don't maintain your attendance, UK universities are pretty much into compliance, and so we are. For us, compliance comes first. We always say we're an honest and a compliant organization, and that's how we build the platform and our staffing structure in 7 countries. We've got about 200 plus staff at the moment spread across 7 countries. So please ensure the student understand that they have to attend 90 or 95 plus 5% of attendance, that they shouldn't be coming to the agent to say, oh, can you help me to get through? No, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. And it's not in your interest. So let's make that clear to our students and the parents. We're also capturing all of those pain points within the platform. When the student register, those information are, the students acknowledge, they understand that these are the requirements they need to follow. And there are basic things like some students, young students, and you may find this silly, but that's a reality. They don't understand the weather conditions. UK has different weather conditions, seasons, and you can have all 4 seasons the same day as well. It can happen. I've seen that. We've all seen that. And also, I would say a little bit of a cultural understanding as well. So students are aware, because these are students, so they're going to change their career. So ensure that they are aware of that. And we also see that students, a lot of students, especially from the subcontinent and your agents, really want always, without CELT conditions, without any IELTS condition, whatever English language, understand, because we want to ensure the students, if they speak, they can. But please also make sure that they know they are good in their writing skills. Very important. It's not about just ticking the boxes and ensuring the universities are okay. They accept, which, if they fall in the criteria, they will be accepted, of course. But we have an obligation. Our students go and they succeed and they pass and they graduate. It gives a little bit of a good feeling for us. You know what, we've changed someone's life. I would say that ensure that students master their writing skills before they leave the country, and the basic things like laptops and ensuring when they arrive they go and register, they get the BRP, those kind of basic things to be informed. All of these pain points I mentioned to you, we are trying to capture in the student journey. So while you are counseling the students, the platform helps you, throughout the journey itself. So that's exactly what we're trying to do. We're not fully there yet. We try to manage we try to build the first phase of what we want to build. The next phase, and one of our values, innovation. We're very proud of that. We've got an amazing product development team in the UK and in India. So we are very proud and very confident. We will innovate every quarterly. You'll see something new coming out. So that's I would recommend our partners to please make part of your business DNA is the honesty and compliance. I'm sure most of you guys do that, and forgive me for repeating this again and again, because we have to understand again, these are our students, these are our people, they are from our country, they are from our society, they are from our communities. They come back, they grow, they build our nations. So we have this moral obligation at the same time to ensure the right message is given to them. Okay. I cannot stress enough. I'm sorry. So I'm a bit of a compliance freak. In terms of what Advoy can do, obviously the platform will make your life easy in choosing the right course or the university or the city and the budget, and you can compare and you can chat with our consultant. Same time, we're also building a training module where we can train you guys in different partner, different universities and visa process. We're trying to capture all of these pain points with a curated content. We have a knowledge base, which we launched recently. Our content team, really amazing content team in the UK and in India. They're writing amazing content, which is relevant to you. If you have any ideas, please pass on to VJ. We can make it better. We always love to hear. We always want to innovate. We always want to hear from you. So yeah, I mean the content and the videos we're trying to create. For example, how to write a statement of purpose, how to write a good CV, how to apply for a visa in the UK, how to apply for a visa for Ireland, and what are the cultural do's and don'ts, pre-departure arrivals, and those kind of basic things. You know, I know people go and get lost in Google, but we want to ensure those informations are very structured and laid out in a way that it really makes sense. So we're working on that. And that's from me. And as I said, we're in this game for the last 15 years, and a brick and mortar model turning into a digital ecosystem. And we really want to work together because our success is, from you. We want to make sure we work together transparently. How we are different from others. We are a student-centric organization. We are obsessed with students' journey. We're obsessed with your journey. We want to hear from you how we can innovate, how we can ensure that you get paid on time, ensure how you make more money, those kind of things. At the end of the day, it's a balance. So we understand and we appreciate that. That's it from me. And I just want to thank my team, Philip, Vijay, Mateen, and Sunil, and the girls, Pragya and Sujina, for putting such an amazing show. You must have heard from Vijay. He is on fire. He is passionate about Nepal. And I'd like to thank the host, the lovely lady who was hosting earlier, introduced me, and to our chief guest, Mr. Rajesh Hamal. I was reading about you. Great, your Vijay was saying again and again. He's the Amitabh Bachchan of Nepal. I'd love to meet you when traveling becomes easy. When I'm in India, next step is to Nepal. Thank you to our partners, the associations and organizations who really work with us to make this, put this show, grand show. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sadiq Basha, the founder and CEO of Advoy. Like you mentioned, Advoy is a platform that is created to actually make a difference in the life of students, to help them sort out the kind of universities they're looking for, the courses they're looking for, and just simplify the process, studying abroad simplified, as you can see in the different cards kept on your table as well. Now I would like to welcome Umar Aziz, the Chief Financial Officer from Advoy. He's also connected to us via Zoom, and he will be talking about how overseas student recruitment agencies can build revenue with Advoy. So I would now like to hand over the floor to Mr. Umar Aziz.
Thank you very much. So thanks very much for the introduction. As has been mentioned, my name's Umar. I am the Chief Financial Officer of the business. I actually only joined Advoy in February from KPMG, which many of you may actually know is a global accounting firm and have partner offices in Kathmandu. Although unfortunately, I was never lucky enough to have been to Nepal. But I'm absolutely delighted to see how many people have attended this conclave, and a big thank you to, again, as Sadiq has said, to Vijay, the team, and all of you for attending today. As Sadiq mentioned, and I'm sure has been mentioned to all of you, we are a really multinational organization. And only yesterday I was saying to my colleagues that I'm a world citizen as well. So grandparents from India, my dad is Pakistani, my mum was born in Kenya, and I was trying to desperately to find a link to Nepal as well. So I was doing lots of research yesterday. So I asked myself, maybe it's my love of sport. So I know the Nepalese, you all love your cricket, your football and all your sports. But actually then I found my closest link is our shared values around education. So as Nepal continues to grow stronger as a nation, education is key. We all know that. It doesn't need me to say that. And with 60% of the Nepalese population under 30 years old, it's only going to keep growing. And hopefully as an organization and a group of people together in this room, we can really help that journey for the Nepalese nation as well. So Vijay put me down for an hour to talk, but then he remembered I was an accountant, so he stripped me right back down again, because he didn't want me to put you to sleep. But I did remind him that my section is all about the money, so this is why everyone's here today. But I will keep it brief, and I just want to make this about a few commitments between ourselves. So just give me a moment as I share my screen. So I'm going to ask, so what I'll ask for you, and I'll reiterate quite a few things that Sadiq has also mentioned. I want 3 commitments from everyone in this room to us. And then in return, we will give you 5 real commitments. So number 1, make it about the student. The importance of taking your student all the way through the process cannot be stressed enough. So when they've until they have actually started. So not only do the student need your guidance throughout the process, but it's actually in your benefit as well, because universities only pay us when the students pay. So therefore looking after them properly is in everyone's interests. So we'll reiterate this, and as you work with us, you'll get to know this even more. It's all about student centricity. Number 2, student attendance. So as Sadiq has already mentioned, please do everything you can. Explain through the process that students have to attend all online and offline classes, and remind them of this fact. In the UK, actually, it's becoming increasingly popular to track attendance via biometric ID cards, or as students log into that online platform, they actually monitor all this attendance. So having a 95% attendance rate is important. And then thirdly, make sure your students pay on time and in full. And again, the reason for this is because the universities will only pay us when we have the commissions, and therefore we can only pay you when they have been paid the student fees. So really straightforward, I hope, for all of you. Only 3 commitments, but let me share our commitments to you in return. So 5 commitments from us. So hopefully, as you've gathered from the event that Vijay and the team have put on today, you're going to be working with a highly professional team. So over the last 14 years, I've personally helped over 80 companies grow, and I really pride myself on providing a great service to everyone I work with. And although I mentioned I've only just joined EdVoy in February, the team that I work with is absolutely fantastic. And you will get a great professional service from the entire team. So the second commitment from us, for our best partners and for our best institutions, we will always give you a preferred commission level. We will share the rates with you. We will be open and transparent, so you will always know exactly how much you will get and when you will get it. Thirdly, and I'm sure this has been mentioned many times already, but we are developing a world-class CRM. So again, this will give you full visibility of the status of your students and where they're up to in the process once you've completed your work. This again is important from a transparency perspective, because clearly it indicates when you will get paid once a student has enrolled. Number 4, another commitment from us is you will get paid on time. So we have developed strong processes to ensure that you're paid within days of us receiving commissions from universities. If we receive it early, we'll get paid early. If the universities are delayed, we will communicate this to you clearly to make sure that we manage your expectations. And as I said, this links to the commitment that you will need to make to us to encourage your students to pay on time and in full, to help everyone throughout the process. And then finally, the final commitment from us is at all times we will act with integrity and honesty. And I will take personal responsibility to ensure that we are transparent throughout the process with you. We want to build a business, we want to build your businesses alongside ours. And therefore, all of these 5 commitments are essential for us to do that. So, as I said, I would keep it short. I'd just like to thank you all again. I hope you all have a fantastic day, and I'm sure Vijay and the team will look after you really well. And enjoy the rest of your day. And I will, and unfortunately, I'm in rainy Manchester and not with you in Nepal, so you'll have a much better day than I will. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Umar Aziz, for describing about how recruitment agencies can build revenue. And we'd also like to welcome Mr. Rajesh Hamal, our chief guest for today's event. Thank you so much, sir, for joining. We're delighted to have you here, and we really thank you for being a part of the event as well. मैले यहाँलाई अघि जानकारी गराए झै दिव्या मल्होत्राजी आउँदै हुनुहुन्छ तपाईहरुको भिजा युके भिजा र इमिग्रेसनको बारेमा कुनै पनि क्वेरीजहरु छ भने त्यो एन्सर गर्नका लागि त्यसैकारणले यहाँको कुनै पनि क्वेशन्सहरु छ भने लेखिराख्नुस् होला और यही टेबलमा ल्याएर मलाई दिँदाखेरि पनि हुन्छ we'll pass the questions to her and then she'll be able to answer and address any queries, confusion or questions that you might have. So without any further delay, I would now like to request Mr. Philip DC, Country Director EDVOY, to elaborate on how a collaboration and inclusive growth can happen for educational professionals and agents in Nepal.
Good afternoon and namaste all. I'm Philip DC, EDVOY नेपाल को कंट्री डाइरेक्टर. यहाँलाई आज यसरी यहाँ पाउँदाखेरि म अत्यन्तै खुसी छु. हामीले केही समय अगाडि इन्भाइट गरेका थियौं. हामीले लगभग हाम्रो इन्डस्ट्रीको जति पनि हुनुहुन्थ्यो, चाहे त्यो इक्यान होस्, चाहे त्यो फेकन, चाहे आइरिन, जति पनि अम्ब्रेला अर्गनाइजेसन र यसमा आबद्ध नभएको पनि सबैलाई हामीले समेट्ने कोसिस गरेका छौं. एडभोय आफैमा एउटा डिजिटल प्लेटफर्म र हामीलाई पेन्डेमिकले सायद हाम्रा अघिल्लो साल हामीले 1 वर्ष लगभग लस गरिसकेका छौं. आजकल यदि कसैले मेरो यस सोध्नु भयो भने म 1 वर्ष घटाएर भन्न थालेको छु. किनभने हामीले 1 वर्ष अत्यन्तै पीडादायी अवस्थामा हामीले गुजार्नु पर्यो र हामी अति प्रभावित सूचीमा यतिकै भएका थिएनौं. र अझै पनि कतिपय कन्ट्रीहरूले आफ्ना बोर्डरहरू बन्द गरिरहेका छन्. कति खोल्ने तर्खरमा छन् तर धेरैले आफ्नो बोर्डरहरू बन्द गरिरहेको अवस्था छ. हामी ब्याक इन नर्मल ट्र्याकमा जान खोजिरहेका छौं तर अग्रसर थोरै हामी कोसिस गरिरहेका छौं र अहिले चाहिँ लगभग ब्याक टु नर्मल हुन चाहिरहेका छौं. र यस्तो अवस्थामा सबै आफू मात्रै एउटा एडभोय को एउटा कम्पनी मात्र अगाडि नबढिकन समस्त रूपमा जति पनि एजुकेसन इन्डस्ट्रीमा आबद्ध हुनुहुन्छ सबै संघ संस्थाहरूसँग चाहिँ मिलेर हातेमालो गर्दै टुगेदर ग्रोइङ हुने चाहनाका साथ चाहिँ मैले यो कम्पनीलाई नेपालमा इन्ट्रोड्युस गरेको छु. म यो कम्पनीमा विगत 4 वर्षदेखि प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूपमा काम गरिरहेको छु. एन्ड आई वुड लाइक टु थ्याङ्क मिस्टर सदिक बादशाह, उहाँले जुन रूपमा मलाई मेरो टिमलाई र जुन नेपालको मार्केटमा उहाँहरूले जुन इन्ट्रेस्ट देखाउनु भएको छ. आजभन्दा 2 वर्ष अगाडि उहाँले नेपाल भिजिट गरिसक्नु भएको छ. अत्यन्तै ट्रान्सपेरेन्ट भएर हामी काम गरिरहेका छौं. कम्प्लायन्स का कुराहरूमा र अन्य पार्टहरूमा पनि हामी अत्यन्तै पारदर्शी भएर काम गर्ने कोसिस गरिरहेका छौं. एडभोयको बारेमा भन्नै पर्दाखेरि हामी युके बेस्ड कम्पनी, धेरैवटा युनिभर्सिटी तपाईहरुले देख्नुहुन्छ 85+ युनिभर्सिटी हामी युके को रिप्रेजेन्ट गर्छौं. त्यसमा पनि 4वटा हामी अहिले एक्सक्लुसिभली रिप्रेजेन्ट गरिरहेका छौँ र केही युनिभर्सिटीहरू अझै पाइपलाइनमा छन् र आजको डेटमा आई थिङ्क दिस इज राइट टाइम होला सायद युके मार्केट प्रमोट गर्नलाई। युकेले आफ्नो GIR रुटलाई लन्च गरिसकेको छ, जुलाईबाट इम्प्लिमेन्ट पनि भइसकेको छ। ग्रेजुएट एजुकेसन रुट जुन हामीले सामान्य भाषामा बुझ्दाखेरि PSW भनेर बुझ्ने गर्छौँ, तर GIR रुट उनीहरूले एप्लाई गरिसकेको छ। अन्य कुराहरू पनि छ, त्यस कारणले गर्दाखेरि बोर्डर ओपन भएको कन्डिसनमा हामीले अलिकति बढी चाहिँ युके को मार्केटलाई हामीले प्रमोट गरिरहेका छौँ र यति भन्दै गर्दाखेरि हामीसँग अन्य कन्ट्रीको प्रोडक्ट नभएको होइन, हामीले क्यानाडाका 10+ युनिभर्सिटीहरू हामीसँग छ, आयरल्यान्डका युनिभर्सिटीहरू छन् र न्युजिल्यान्डका युनिभर्सिटीहरू पनि हामीसँग अलरेडी छ र हाम्रो बेस्ट भनेको चाहिँ युके बेस्ड कम्पनी भएको कारणले गर्दाखेरि हामी युकेमा 4 ठाउँमा हाम्रा अफिसहरू छन्। हडर्सफिल्ड, न्युक्यासल, लिभरपुल मा रहेर हामीले कामहरू गरिरहेका छौँ र म आजको चिफ गेस्ट राजेश समालजीलाई म धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। उहाँ पनि आइसक्नु भएको छ। म धेरै बोल्न पनि चाहन्ने, किनभने हामी अन टाइममा छौँ। हामीलाई भर्चुअल मार्फत उहाँहरू जुन हाम्रो स्पोकन पर्सनहरू जोइन हुनुभएको कारणले गर्दाखेरि हामीले टाइमलाई एकदमै क्यालकुलेट गर्नुपर्ने अवस्था छ। मसँग जम्मा 20 मिनट छ विथ हाम्रो चिफ गेस्ट राजेश समालजीको स्पिच सहितको कारणले गर्दाखेरि म फेरि पनि सम्पूर्ण इन्डस्ट्री कलिगहरूलाई म थ्याङ्क यू भन्न चाहन्छु यहाँको पार्टिसिपेन्टको लागि। र यहाँहरू यदि हाम्रो कम्पनीसँग टाइप भएर काम गर्न चाहनुहुन्छ भने अत्यन्तै हाम्रो सिधै तपाईँहरूले एडबोईको कम्पनी हेड अफिसबाटै सिधै एग्रिमेन्ट पाउन सक्नुहुनेछ र कमिसनका पार्टहरू अभियसली आइ नै हाल्छ। अघि हाम्रो स्पोकन पर्सन साउथ एसिया डिरेक्टर विजयले भने जस्तो सरस्वती एन्ड लक्ष्मी, सो लक्ष्मीको कुरा गर्दै गर्दाखेरि हामीले चाहिँ जुन कमिसनका पार्टहरू छ सिधै एडबोई कम्पनी हेड अफिसबाटै तपाईँहरूको कन्ट्र्याक्ट साइन हुने भएको कारणले गर्दाखेरि तपाईँहरूको कमिसन चाहिँ तपाईँहरूको जुन अफिसियल्ली ब्याङ्क एकाउन्ट छ, यदि तपाईँहरूले हामीसँग टाइप भएर काम गर्नुभयो भने पक्कै पनि तपाईँहरूकै सिधै एकाउन्टमा आउनेछ। त्यो गर्दाखेरि अझै बढी सहजता हुन्छ जस्तो लाग्छ। र फेरि पनि म हाम्रो CEO एन्ड फाउन्डर सदिक बासा, साउथ एसिया डिरेक्टर विजयलाई म थ्याङ्क यू भन्न चाहन्छु र हाम्रो चिफ गेस्ट राजेश हमालजी यहाँ आइसक्नु भएको छ र उहाँको जुन प्रेसेसले गर्दाखेरि हामी अझै उत्साहित भएका छौँ र हाम्रो टिम नेपालमा मात्रै नभएर हामी नेपालमा त छँदैछौँ। म आफै कन्ट्री डिरेक्टर र हामीसँग सुजिना एन्ड प्रज्ञा म्याम पनि हुनुहुन्छ, हाम्रा अन्य टिमहरू पनि छ एड भएको। त्यो लगायत हामीलाई ब्याक सपोर्टको लागि चेन्नईमा हामीसँग लगभग मोर देन 100+ इम्प्लोइले एडमिसन पार्टमा हामीलाई सपोर्ट गरिरहनु भएको छ। मेनली युकेको अथवा अन्य कन्ट्रीको अहिले थोरै असहजता भनेको अफर लेटर टाइममा नआउने, कास्ट र अन्य कुराहरूमा थोरै असहजता हामी देख्न सक्छौँ। हामीले त्यो पार्टलाई चाहिँ टेक्निकली रूपमा र हाम्रो टिम जुन लेभलको स्ट्रङ छ यो पार्टलाई चाहिँ हामीले सहजता गर्न हामीले कोसिस गरिरहेका छौँ। र हामीसँग चेन्नईमा मात्रै नभएर हाम्रो जुन युकेमा टिमहरू हुनुहुन्छ, जुन टिमहरू युनिभर्सिटीहरूसँग अत्यन्तै राम्रो सम्बन्ध भएको कारणले गर्दाखेरि पनि यदि यहाँहरूले हामीसँग टाइप भएर काम गर्नुभयो भने पक्कै पनि हामी सँगै नै अगाडि बढ्छौँ जस्तो लाग्छ। र म आफ्नो 2 शब्द यहीँ टुङ्गाउन चाहन्छु र यो समय म आजको चिफ गेस्ट राजेश हमाल जीलाई दिन चाहन्छु अथवा हाम्रो सदीक्षाजीले कोअर्डिनेसन गर्नुहुनेछ। थ्याङ्क यू अल।
फिलिपजीलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद उहाँको यस मन्तव्यको लागि। र उहाँले भन्नुभएको चाहिँ हाम्रो चिफ गेस्ट राजेश हमाल सर हामीसँग हुनुहुन्छ, द एभर सो करिज्मेटिक पर्सनालिटी। आई थिङ्क उहाँको कन्ट्रिब्युसन नेपाली मुभिज भन्दा पनि बाहेकहरू विभिन्न क्षेत्रमा उहाँले गर्नुभएको छ। यहाँहरूले र हामीले पनि कति स्पिकर्सहरूलाई सुनिसक्यौँ, कति स्पिकर्सहरू अझ सुन्न बाँकी नै छ, तर आई विल नट बी रङ इफ आई से आई थिङ्क विल लुक फरवर्ड टु हिज स्पिच or his remarks the most. So let's put our hands together and welcome Mr. Rajesh Hamaal on stage.
यहाँ उपस्थित सबैलाई नमस्कार छ। आज अत्यन्त नै एउटा पृथक कार्यक्रममा उपस्थित हुने मौका मिलेको छ र यो इन्भिटेसनको लागि, यो निम्तोको लागि आजको यो प्रोग्रामसँग आबद्ध जति पनि टिम हुनुहुन्छ, फिलिप लगायत अन्य उहाँको टिम, सबैलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद छ। मान्छेको जीवनमा दुईटा कुराले अत्यन्तै नै ठुलो भूमिका खेल्छ, अत्यन्त नै प्रभावकारी भूमिका खेल्छ। त्यो हो समय र हामीले आविष्कार गरेको टेक्नोलोजी। जसो जसो समय बित्छ, जसो जसो टेक्नोलोजीहरू चाहिँ नि परिष्कृत र परिमार्जित हुँदै जान्छन्, त्यसो त्यसो हामीले अपनाउने जीवनशैली, हामीले गर्ने कार्य, हामीले लिने इन्फर्मेसन, हामीले ट्राभल गर्ने तरिकाहरू, हामीले एक आपससँग कनेक्ट गर्ने तरिकाहरू र शिक्षा, कस्तो शिक्षा लिने र कुन माध्यमबाट शिक्षा लिने पनि त्यो टेक्नोलोजीले नै निर्धारित गर्छ। र त्यसैले आज हामी अब यो बिन्दुमा आइपुगेको छौँ जहाँ कि टेक्नोलोजीले चाहिँ धेरै फड्को मारिसकेको छ र हामी सबैलाई थाहा छ कि स्पेसली पछिल्लो 15, 20, 25 वर्षमा चाहिँ नि धेरै कुराहरू, हामीले गर्ने कार्यहरू, हामीले गर्ने पेसाहरू, हामीले ग्रहण गर्ने शिक्षाको तरिका र मिडियम्सहरूले धेरै परिवर्तन भइसकेको छ। र आजको मुख्य उद्देश्य पनि त्यही हो कि शिक्षा प्रणालीलाई चाहिँ नि डिजिटलाइजेसन गर्ने र डिजिटलाइजेसनको मार्फतबाट कसरी चाहिँ नि पर्सपेक्टिभ स्टुडेन्टलाई, जसले चाहिँ एजुकेसन प्राप्त गर्न चाहने व्यक्तिहरूलाई चाहिँ कसरी सहज बनाउने, कसरी इजी एक्सेस बनाउने, स्पेसली इन्टरनेसनल स्टडिजको लागि चाहिँ नि उहाँहरूले पाउनुपर्ने इन्फर्मेसन, उहाँहरूले पाउनुपर्ने चाहिँ नि चोइसेस अफ एजुकेसन सब्जेक्ट्स, युनिभर्सिटिज लगायत कन्ट्रिजहरू पनि कसरी चाहिँ नि सबैले सजिलोसँग चाहिँ नि सहज रूपमा त्यो सबै कुराहरू प्राप्त गर्ने भन्ने मध्यनजरले नै यो एडभोयले चाहिँ नि यसमा कार्यरत गरिरहेको छ। र यो एउटा सिङ्गल प्लेटफर्म एक्सेस हो जहाँ चाहिँ नि पर्सपेक्टिभ स्टुडेन्ट्स र एजुकेसन प्रोभाइडरहरूले चाहिँ नि एक आपसमा लिङ्क गर्ने र एजुकेसन सिकर्सहरूले चाहिँ नि आफ्नो इन्फर्मेसनहरू, चाहे कोर्स अफ स्टडिज कुन कुन गर्ने या कुन राष्ट्रमा चाहिँ नि कस्तो कस्तो किसिमको चाहिँ नि एजुकेसनल फेसिलिटिजहरू चाहिँ नि छन् भनेर चाहिँ नि जानकारी लिने र आफ्नो कोर्सेसहरू कस्तो तरिकाले गर्न मिल्छ र त्यसमा लाग्ने फिजहरू कति हुन्छ र केही जिज्ञासाहरू भयो भने चाहिँ नि एकदमै सहज रूपमा चाहिँ नि डिजिटल प्लेटफर्म मार्फत नै चाहिँ नि उहाँहरूले चाहिँ नि राम्रो एडभाइसहरू पनि लिन सक्नुहुन्छ, परामर्श पनि लिन सक्नुहुन्छ। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि पर्सपेक्टिभ स्टुडेन्ट्सले चाहिँ नि असाध्यै इन्फर्मड इन्फर्मेसन लिएर चाहिँ नि उहाँहरूले आफ्नो एउटा डिसिजन चाहिँ नि लिन सक्नुहुने वातावरण सिर्जना हुन्छ। त्यसैले आजको समयको लागि चाहिँ नि स्टुडेन्ट्सहरूलाई धेरै खुड्किलाहरू, धेरै झन्झटिला खुड्किलाहरू चाहिँ नि पार गर्न नपर्ने र एउटै प्लेटफर्ममा यी सबै कुराहरू चाहिँ नि इजिली एक्सेसेबल हुने ढङ्गले चाहिँ नि एडभोयले गरेको छ। त्यसैले मलाई लाग्छ कि यो असाध्यै लाभदायक हुनेछ र असाध्यै इन्क्लुसिभ पनि हुनेछ, किनकि इन्फर्मेसन प्राप्त गर्नको लागि डिजिटल प्लेटफर्म मार्फत कहीँ पनि बसेको स्टुडेन्टहरूले, चाहे दूरदराजमा बसेको स्टुडेन्ट्स होस्, चाहे सहरमा बसेको स्टुडेन्ट्स होस्, उहाँहरूले चाहिँ नि आफ्नो कोर्सेस अफ स्टडिज, उहाँहरूको एजुकेसन कुन राष्ट्रमा पढ्दाखेरि कस्तो किसिमको फेसिलिटिज छ, इन्क्लुडिङ स्कलरसिप्सहरू अभाइलेबल छ कि छैन, कुन कोर्सेसमा कति फिजहरू लाग्छ, त्यो फिजको प्रोसेसहरू कस्तो हो र केही कुराहरू अप्ठ्यारो भए पनि एकदमै अनपार्सियल ढङ्गबाट उहाँहरूले एडभाइसेसहरू पनि पाउनुहुन्छ, जुन चाहिँ नि उहाँहरूको प्रत्यक्ष इन्भल्भमेन्टमा चाहिँ यो सबै कुराहरू हुन्छ र जुन म्यानुअल प्रोसेसमा चाहिँ नि भनौँ न थर्ड पर्सन, सेकेन्ड पर्सन मार्फत जानुपर्ने त्यो सबै झन्झट चाहिँ नि यसले कटौती गरिदिएको छ। त्यस कारण दिस इज अ भेरी गुड प्लेटफर्म। म पर्सपेक्टिभ स्टुडेन्ट्सहरूलाई चाहिँ नि यसको भरपुर उपयोग गर्नको लागि निवेदन गर्छु र अघि फिलिपजीले भने जस्तो यसको विभिन्न कन्ट्रिजहरूमा शाखाहरू छ। उहाँहरूसँग एक्सक्लुसिभली 4वटा युनिभर्सिटी त खालि उहाँहरूको मातहतमा एक्सक्लुसिभली छ, त्यस लगायत अन्य अरू धेरै 80-85वटा युनिभर्सिटिजहरू पनि उहाँहरूको चाहिँ नि लिङ्कअपमा छ। त्यसैले स्टुडेन्ट्सहरूले चाहिँ नि भेराइटिज अफ चोइसेसहरू पनि पाउनुहुन्छ। पर्सपेक्टिभ स्टुडेन्ट्सहरूलाई चाहिँ यसको भरपुर फाइदा उठाउनु होला र यो कम्पनीसँग जो लिङ्कअप हुनुभएको छ यहाँहरू सबैलाई पनि शुभकामना दिन चाहन्छु र यो प्लेटफर्मसँग चाहिँ नि हातेमालो गरेर यहाँहरूले सायद उज्जवल भविष्यतिर नै हाम्रो शिक्षा प्रणालीलाई लानुहुन्छ भन्ने विश्वास गर्छु। धन्यवाद। थ्याङ्क यू सो मच।
Thank you very much to Mr. Rajesh Hamal, our chief guest for this event. उहाँले भन्नुभएको कति कुराहरू कस्तो सटीक सरल रूपमा तर एकदमै इम्पोर्टेन्ट कुराहरू भन्नुभयो, like education should definitely be accessible to all, and looking at a hall full of educational professionals who are out here working day and night to help students, I'm sure that dream is a collective dream and will definitely be a reality very soon. उहाँको मन्तव्यको लागि पनि हामी धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद भन्न चाहन्छौँ र यसपछि मैले यहाँलाई अघिदेखि रिमाइन्डर दिइरहेको UK visas र इमिग्रेसनको बारेमा यहाँको क्वेशन्सहरू पनि हामीले पाइसक्यौँ, and we've already sent it to Ms. Divya Malhotra. So she will now be briefing on the Tier 4 student visa application and graduate immigration route. Ms. Divya Malhotra is the Customer Account Manager, Education for South and Southeast Asia, UK Visas and Immigration, Home Office, British High Commission, New Delhi. So I would now like to give the floor to Ms. Divya Malhotra. Like I mentioned, we are connecting to a lot of professionals, a lot of individuals, a lot of panelists via Zoom. So हामी डिजिटल अनलाइन बेसबाट पनि धेरै स्पिकर्सहरूलाई आजको कार्यक्रममा संलग्न गर्ने कोसिस गरिरहेका छौँ, किनभने यहाँहरूलाई थाहा नै छ अझ पनि यो पेन्डेमिकको कारणले ट्राभल त्यति सजिलो छैन जस्तो पहिला थियो। त्यसै कारणले पनि यो इभेन्टलाई सक्सेसफुल बनाउन र नलेज सेयर गर्नका लागि चाहिँ हामीले धेरै व्यक्तित्वहरूलाई यो प्लेटफर्ममा आज जोड्न खोजेका छौँ र जोड्यौँ पनि। र दिव्याजीको स्पिच अथवा रिमार्क्स पछि युनिभर्सिटी सेसन्सहरू रहनेछन्। हामीसँग युनिभर्सिटी अफ बोल्टन, University of South Wales, University of Brighton, University of Roehampton र Coventry University बाट विभिन्न स्पिकर्सहरू हुनुहुन्छ जसले चाहिँ आफ्नो युनिभर्सिटीको बारेमा यहाँसँग केही कुराहरू सेयर गर्नुहुन्छ र त्यसपछि पनि यहाँलाई अझ बढी केही जानकारी लिनु परेमा एडभोय नेपालको टिम त यहाँ छँदै नै छ, उहाँहरूसँग पनि यहाँले सोध्न सक्नुहुन्छ, अझ बढी जानकारी लिन सक्नुहुन्छ। And I would now like to give the floor to Ms. Divya Malhotra.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Divya Malhotra, and I'm the Customer Account Manager for UK Visas and Immigration. I'm posted at New Delhi Post, and I represent British High Commission. So it's a pleasure being here, part of this event, and thank you for having me today. And a very warm welcome to all of you to introduce this Conclave 2021. So in today's session, I'll be covering through the new graduate route announcement that has been announced by UK government recently. I'll be taking you through the new PBS system introduced by UK government and Home Office in October, and also the process of student visa. What is the process and how do we go about applying for a student visa to UK, and some general border control guidelines because of the quarantine rules and pandemic recently. So I'll just project my presentation now. Just bear with me for a minute. Okay, I hope you're able to see the screen now. Okay, can someone please confirm if you're able to see the screen? Okay, I assume it's visible to all of you now. All right, so we'll start with the presentation. So it is for the UK visa operation for South and also Southeast Asia. So the region I cover is South and Southeast Asia. So for visa application, most of our visa application centers across South Asia are now open. This includes almost 12 centers in India, including the center at Kathmandu, Lahore, Islamabad, Colombo, Dhaka, and others. So you should be able to apply for your visa online and visit the VAC center in Kathmandu to apply for your visa application and submit your biometrics there. Do check your VFS website before visiting, because there are certain rules in place at WAC Center as well because of the pandemic, so that you can see the social distancing and other rules being followed as per the protocols. So you need to follow those and make sure you have an appointment at VFS Center before you actually visit the center. Our normal processing time for visa application is 15 working days. So this does not include any of the public holidays or Saturdays and Sundays. So do keep that in your mind before you actually apply for your visa. Moving on, so priority visas is available in most of the locations. Again, for your particular location, please do check the VFS site if it's open to apply in a priority service, which is a 5-day service, and you'll be able to get a decision within 5 days. We'll move on to the graduate route now, which is a much talked about graduate route, and I'm sure this has brought in really positive results, and a lot of students are willing to travel to UK through this student route because of this route, which gives you 2 years in UK after you complete your studies. However, there are some eligibility requirements for this for you to complete, so that you are able to apply through this graduate route. So the government has recently announced the date, so it will open on 1st of July 2021 as promised last year when this was announced, the new graduate route. So it's going to happen. It's happening on 1st of July, and the students who are already there, who have completed their graduation or post-graduation, can apply for this route effective 1st of July. Of course, this route comes with a fee. So now we know what the fees is. The graduates will pay an application fee of £700, and there is an immigration health surcharge, which is at the full rate for this route, which is £624 per year. So if you remember, for the student route, it was always at the discounted rate. Now, because your studies will be complete and you will be going through a graduate route, it will be a full IHS fees to be paid by the student. So graduates must apply while they are in UK. So this is an in-country application route. So you will need to apply for this route only when you are in UK after you complete your studies. So it cannot be applied outside UK. So you also on that point, at that point of time, you should have your valid Tier 4 visa or a student visa, whichever is applicable. So just to clarify, graduate route, what's the difference between the graduate route and the student route? Graduate route is actually, as we commonly call as post-study work. So after you complete your studies and you are studying in the higher education provider at the sponsor, which has a track record of compliance, you are eligible to apply for this route. So this is actually an extension, or you can say your post-study work visa, which you get after you complete your studies. And the student route is a normal route which you apply for a visa at visa application center to study, to complete your course, which may be of 1 year or 2 years or maybe 3 years as well. So as I mentioned, graduates will need to have successfully completed a degree at an undergraduate level or above, which has to be sponsored by the university with a track record of compliance. Graduates will need to go through certain checks while applying for this. So they will need to undergo the identity checks, the security checks, and other criminality checks while they are applying for this. There are certain requirements, suitability requirements, which needs to be met while you are applying for this route. This route will not require any sponsorship. No university or no organization needs to sponsor you for this route. You can go, after you have completed your studies, you can just go ahead and apply for this route. However, this route does not accrue the settlement rights. So, if you are looking to stay longer, you want to settle in UK later, so this route does not accrue. Those 2 years will not accrue to the settlement route. So that's the clause in the graduate route. Moving on, so there have been a lot of changes that Home Office have put in because of the COVID-19 scenario and the pandemic. So a lot of changes and a lot of flexibilities have been introduced to the students. One of them is the visa rules, which is allowing distance learning. So till last year, Home Office never allowed distance learning or blended learning for the Tier 4 route or a sponsored route. So this has been introduced just because to introduce the flexibility due to the COVID-19 and the challenges being faced by the students. So this is one of the flexibility introduced. And also there is a new route which has been launched, which is called the new PBS system, points-based system from 5th of October. So that is nothing, what we called Tier 4 route, Tier 4 student route earlier. It's now known as the student route. And this is a common platform wherein the students from all over the world can apply, and there will be one application form. There are common rules, and there are no separate rules for European countries now. It's just one common platform for all the international students to apply for a student route to UK. Another very beneficial flexibility introduced by UK was to extend the visa minutes for 90 days. So till last year, the visa was issued for 30 days. Now it has been extended to 90 days, so which the validity has increased 3 times. So which gives more flexibility to the students to arrange their travel plans, to arrange their accommodation, and to arrange other things that they need to do before traveling. Also opening the new graduate route from summer of 2021, including for those who were in distance learning before 21st of June. So those who started distance learning before June 2021 can also apply for the graduate route. They will still be eligible. The previous date given for the students to travel and be in UK was 6th of April 2021, which has now been extended to 21st of June 2021. So now the students who applied for the course last autumn, so last September or October, they need to be in UK by 21st of June 2021 now. So this is another flexibility being introduced, and change the date from 6th of April to 21st June. However, the students who have started their course this year, that is January and February 2021, they need to be in UK by 27th of September 2021. So these are the various flexibilities being introduced by UK. We have been getting a lot of positive response from all over that UK has been really open to the students. They have not shut down their doors like other countries have done. Australia is not accepting, and they have been doing all the right things and have kept the promise of the graduate route being introduced in 2021. So this is really helpful to the students and help students to manage and arrange for their further studies and further arrangements for the studies in UK. I'll move on to the next slide, which talks about the UK's new point-based system. So this is nothing but the new system which has been introduced in October 2021. So which ensures that the talent from around the globe has access to the world-class universities and the education that UK offers. As I mentioned, European Union countries, they do not have any separate criteria now. All will be treated as per the point space that they get while they are applying for their student visas. So it's just the one platform, and it's now the new point under the new points-based system. The Tier 4 student route has been replaced by the student route now. It's simply called the student route and not the Tier 4 route now. So there's a lot of confusion around that as well, and we get the queries as to what's the difference between the Tier 4 route and the student route. It's just a new name given to the Tier 4 route called as student route now. So what what is student route? So this route, we opened this for application on 5th of October 2020. So we opened this in last year, which is 5th of October. It is a single streamlined application process for all the international students around. Those including from South Asia as well. They will still need to meet the academic or a language requirement. The requirements are still the same. The requirements haven't changed. So you still need to meet the academic criteria set up by the universities. You still need to meet the language criteria. You still need to have I'm sorry about that. The tuberculosis certificate and all the other requirements that was there previously as well. There are also some specific positive changes, that is, students can now apply up to 6 months ahead of the course start date. So previously, the students were able to apply for the visa just 3 months ahead of the course start date. Now, this has been allowed that they can apply 6 months in advance, so which gives another flexibility. They can just apply 6 months in advance and then just keep their visa aside and make other arrangements for their travel. So this is another positive change which has been introduced by UK government. So students are still required to have an offer from an approved education institute, which is the university. You still need to have a CAS letter, which is provided by the university while you apply for your admission. You should have the English skills. You should be able to properly understand, read, and write English. And there has to be a requirement of financial documents which shows that you are able to support yourself while you're studying in UK. So we talk about the documents further in my slides. So I'll go into the details further after this slide. So UK, what are the UK border health measures? So as per the current date, so if you're traveling to UK, you need to have your COVID test done 48 hours before you travel, and also there are mandatory tests after you arrive in UK. So also once you reach UK, you need to quarantine yourself for 10 days. This has been changed from 14 days earlier. And there is also a passenger located form, PLF form, which you need to fill in and provide to the border officer to let them know where you will be staying and where you will be spending your quarantine period. So these are the current health measures being implemented by UK border. This is reviewed and changed after every 4 to 6 weeks. So we strongly advise and guide that you visit this website gov.uk UK border control and check the current requirements and check the requirements closer to your travel date. So let's say if you're traveling in August, so please do check your travel requirements in the month of July or 2 to 3 weeks before you actually travel, because this is reviewed and changed after every 4 to 6 weeks. So you can take a note of the link or the website which is mentioned on the slide here. So as I mentioned, you will need to get a test before you travel, quarantine for 10 days and take further tests when in the UK. So this is the mandatory requirement which has to be done and undertaken by each and every visitor in UK. It's not only about the students, this is a general visitor guideline for UK. And this is about the passenger locator form. Everyone must provide their journey and contact details on those forms so that Am I still on the call?
Yeah, Divya, now we love you back.
Yes, Miss Divya, you're still audible. We're all still here. And we also have some questions for you, which we will ask maybe at the end of your presentation.
Of course. So are you able to see my presentation?
सो यहाँहरूले नै पनि कति धेरै क्वेसन्सहरू सोध्नु भएको थियो तर समयको पाबन्दीले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ हामीले छानेर तीनवटा क्वेसन्स उहाँलाई पनि पठाइसकेका छौँ एन्ड आम जस्ट गोइङ टु रिपिट or read the questions aloud here. What are the required documents at the time of visa lodgement? How much?
Are you able to see my presentation? I'm sorry about that.
Sure. We're just setting that up. So after her presentation is done, we'll just let her know about the 3 questions that have come from the audience. And we've also forwarded the questions to her so that she'll also acknowledge those questions and answer your queries as well.
Okay, I'll continue with presentation now. Is that all right?
Yes, please do that.
Okay, so I'll continue with the same. I'll continue with the same slide. I think I left them here. So the student application, the general advice is that you have to have an offer from the university, from the licensed education institute, and there is a confirmation in terms of CAS letter, which is the confirmation of acceptance of studies letter. You'll get a CAS reference letter there. And that's the mandatory requirement, and you can apply for your visa once you receive your CAS letter from your university. The other requirements are, of course, you should be able to understand, you should be able to speak and write English well, and that's how you'll be able to study effectively, and also have funds needed to pay your tuition fees, your course fees, your accommodation, and other daily expenses. And when you can apply for your visa, so as I mentioned, as early as 6 months of your course start date, you can apply for your visa. So if your course starts, let's say in September, so you should be able to apply maybe now April, in the month of March or April. So at least 3 weeks or 15 working days before you need to travel. So our normal processing time, standard service time is 15 working days. So please plan your visa application accordingly because it takes 15 working days, which does not include any public holidays to process the visa. Moving on to the next slide, what are the documents requirement for a student visa? What you must provide is, of course, your valid and current passport or a travel document. You need to have a confirmation of acceptance of studies, which is a CAS letter from your university. Also, a proof or financial documents which says that you have enough money to support yourself and pay your course fees. This will vary depending on the circumstances, like which university you have chosen, whether it's inside London or outside London. So if it is in London, so there will be the maintenance funds required is little more. We'll talk about that as well. If there are certain courses which also require an ATAS certificate, if your course requires it and if your university suggests that you need to apply for an ATAS certificate, please do ensure you submit the ATAS certificate along with your visa application. So ATAS certificate is a completely different process. It needs to be applied separately and it does take 4 to 6 weeks to receive an ATAS certificate. So make sure this is done well on time so that you receive your visa on time. If your showing funds through your parents' account. So you need to show the relationship to your parents. That is, you need to submit the proof of relationship, which is the date of birth certificate, and also consent from your parents that they authorize the use of the funds for your studies. There is also a tuberculosis test certificate, which is required and is also a mandatory requirement for applying for a student visa. Written consent for your application from your financial sponsor if you receive sponsorship or scholarship. So if you are a scholar or you've received a scholarship or a sponsorship from your university or any other organization, you need to have that letter supporting wherein it says how much of your studies is funded, whether it's 100% or a part of it. So you need to submit those documents to prove that. Also, if you are showing the funds through the education loan, so we need to see a loan letter from the bank which says that the loan will be approved to the student before he or she actually travels to UK. So it doesn't need to have any clauses or any clauses which say that the money will be released only after the first semester or second semester is completed. So there shouldn't be any conditions to it. Only condition which is acceptable is respect to the visa clearance. That's it. That's what will be accepted. So we'll go into the details about the funds now. How much funds do the students need to show for their visa application? So students must provide evidence of their funds, which will include their maintenance fund and which is apart from the tuition fees which is being paid to the university. So the funds required are, as I mentioned, if your university is in London, so it's £1,334 each month for 9 months. So this comes to around £11,000 something that needs to be shown as the maintenance fund while applying for a student visa. If your university is outside London, the amount is a little less and it's £1,023 for each month for up to 9 months, which comes to around £9,700 approximately. So that's the fund which is required to be shown. And if you're showing the funds through your bank statement, so it needs to meet the eligibility criteria, which is the funds should be available in the bank account for at least 28 consecutive days. That's the qualifying period. So if you're submitting the statement, make sure it has the statement for at least 28 to 30 days to show that the funds have been maintained. Also, you can prove the money through, as I mentioned before, but just giving details about the funds. It has to be a nationalized or state level bank. The cooperative banks are not acceptable, and they should be able to verify the funds if contacted by Home Office or UKVI. It can be through a joint account. However, one of the account holder has to be the student. So we receive a lot of queries around the joint account and what kind of accounts are allowed. So yes, the joint accounts are permissible. However, the student has to be one of the account holder. You can also show the funds through your parents' account, and the relationship has to be established, as I mentioned before, the date of birth certificate, and also the authorization letter from the parents that they are authorizing the use of the funds for students studying in UK. It can be through legal guardians also, if not parents. However, grandparents or siblings or any other relatives' accounts are not acceptable. We do accept the fixed deposits and for this as a maintenance funds and these account statements. However, stocks, shares, provident funds are not acceptable. It has to be a liquid fund which can be liquefied with the immediate effect. If not the bank accounts, the money can be shown through the the unconditional loan letter from the student, which is the education loan, or it could be sponsored or by the government or any other organization, or it could be through scholarship as well. They just need to submit the scholarship or a sponsorship letter. So what are the common issues for student visas? We'll talk about it. So we have identified certain risks and harms during the assessment of the visa applications, which I'm going to talk a bit about it, is poor English language ability. So we have noticed students are not able to communicate or able to understand English in some of the cases. So that's one of the criteria. So if you're studying in UK with the professors and the faculties there, so you have to have a basic understanding of English, and you should be able to speak English well, understand well. There are certain study gaps noticed in some of the applications, especially MSc students. So that's one of the observation, and we have just put that up in the slide just to be to make you all aware. So it's not that study gaps aren't acceptable; they are acceptable. However, there has to be a progression of the studies. It should relate to your previous studies, and there has to be a genuine reason for it. Some applications do come, we do receive some applications with forged and false bank statements when we verify it with the banks. So we advise that obviously we would like to protect the border and make sure only the genuine students go in there. So this isn't one of the acceptable criteria. So we have identified this one as one of the harms to UKVI. And there is also lack of transparency of source of funding, which is origin of funds. We have seen some cases wherein the origin of funds hasn't been established, and this has been transferred by some other unknown accounts. So this is again one of the common issues that we face. There are certain bank loans, duplicate loans, and unverified bank statements. The credibility of the applications, not filling the applications honestly, that is skipping the information or not declaring the previous refusals or previous travel history of the student, and other certain facts. So these are some common issues that we face. So just an appeal that when you fill the application, it's completely filled, all the information is correctly mentioned in there accurately, and you answer the questions as mentioned and declare all your previous refusals as asked in the visa application form. So that almost comes to the end of the presentation now. I am open for the question and answers there, and I hope this was useful for everyone.
Thank you so much, Ms. Divya Malhotra, for your presentation, for your detailed presentation on UK visas and immigration. I feel like you have sort of also covered some part of it, but I'd just like to read out the questions for everyone here in the room and for you as well. So the first question is, what are the required documents at the time of visa lodgement?
Say, while you apply for your student visa, so you apply online, you go on gov.uk, and the first and foremost requirement is your caste letter. So if you have your caste letter, it will have a caste reference number. So that's one of the requirements. And as I mentioned, the financial documents, you need to have the bank statements or the education loan letter from the bank, or your scholarship or sponsorship letter. Also, as I mentioned, tuberculosis test, that's one of the mandatory requirements. So we need a TB certificate, which has to be, the test has to be done at a approved UKVI medical center. So you can check on gov.uk which one is the approved medical center in Nepal, and visit there, take an appointment. So this has a validity of 6 months. So we need to see those documents. These are the prior requirement, and of course your valid and current pass.
All right. The next question is, how much fund is required, and for how long does the fund need to be freezed in the bank?
Okay, I did cover that in the presentation as well. So if your university is in London, the approximate the amount is £11,300. So that's the maintenance fund, which is apart from your tuition fees, which is apart from your accommodation fees, IHS fees, and visa fees. So this is the maintenance fund, which makes us sure that you'll be able to manage your daily expenses while you're in UK. So, and if your university is outside London, so that's the amount is approximately £9,700. That's the requirement as the maintenance fund.
And the last question from the floor here is, why are the students' dependent visa applications assessed differently?
Well, in terms of assessment, I'm not the right person, but of course, because they are dependent, the requirement that we need to see is that they are able to, again, meet their expenses while they are in UK. For students, we need to see that they are able to understand English and they will be able to study effectively while they are there. So, and also their maintenance funds. For dependents, it's just that they should be able to support themselves while they are, dependent in UK. Of course, as dependents in UK, you can work there full time. However, we, as I mentioned, for students, for dependents also, we need to see the funds for at least first 9 months. So that's the requirement, and if we also see whether the student's application, the main application is genuinely submitted, and once the main applicant is assessed, we consider the dependent, and if they are genuine cases, they are decisioned accordingly.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Divya Malhotra, for joining with us here and giving us information about the UK visas and immigration. If we can all put our hands together and thank Ms. Divya for the elaborative, informative presentation. Thank you very much. And now we move on to the university sessions. As mentioned, EDVOI has a wide connection of 200 plus universities, 80 plus universities in the UK, 4 specialized exclusive universities for Nepal here. And without any further delay, we would like to welcome Justin Wood, Interim Group Director, International Office, Coventry University. We're connected via Zoom, and I would like to give the floor to Mr. Justin Wood. After this, we also have 4 more university participants who will be here sharing their knowledge and the information on various universities. र तपाईहरुले पनि यी विभिन्न युनिभर्सिटीहरुको बारेमा अझ बढी जानकारी पाउन सक्नुहुन्छ। उहाँहरुले आफ्नो प्रेजेन्टेसन पनि दिनुहुन्छ, आफ्नो युनिभर्सिटीको बारेमा कुराकानी पनि गर्नुहुन्छ अवश्य पनि। र हामी जुममा कनेक्ट गर्न खोजिरहँदाखेरि यहाँलाई याद दिलाउनु पर्ने कुरा चाहिँ आफ्नो रेजिस्ट्रेसन गर्ने बेलामा तपाईले जुन इमेल एड्रेस दिनुभएको थियो त्यो इमेल एड्रेसमा सब्स्क्रिप्सन फर्म पनि आइसकेको छ होला। यसै कारणले त्यो सब्स्क्रिप्सन फर्म तपाईले भरिसकेपछि कार्यक्रमको अन्त्य लगभग 7 बजे जस्तोतिर तपाईले आफ्नो कन्ट्र्याक्ट पनि पाउन सक्नुहुन्छ। एन्ड फ्रम 7 to 7:30 वी अल्सो हैव द अनबोर्डिङ प्रोसेस। सो तपाईलाई अझ पनि केही जानकारी लिन मन छ भने एडभोइको टिमबाट यहाँले जानकारी पनि पाउन सक्नुहुन्छ। After Mr. Justin Wood, we will have Mr. Raj Sampath and Ms. Laura from University of Bolton. उहाँहरूले पनि आफ्नो युनिभर्सिटीको बारेमा केही जानकारी दिनुहुन्छ। We are trying to connect. All right. Meanwhile, while we connect, we'll try and We'll definitely try to connect with Mr. Justin, but we have Brian McNamara from who's the International Recruitment Manager for the University of Brighton. We have him on, so we'd like to give the platform to Mr. Brian. We'd like to request him to kindly turn on his camera, all right, so that we can see him and he's live.
Great, thank you all for joining. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Great, so I'll just minimize myself so not too distracting. Good evening, I suppose, yeah, in Nepal, it must be evening time. And thank you all so much for joining today's program. It's a pleasure to be here with you all virtually. My name is Brian McNamara, and I am the International Recruitment Manager for Asia. And I joined the University of Brighton in January 2020, so just before all of the COVID situation kicked off. So I had about 7 weeks on campus before everything started. But prior to that, I worked at the University of Sussex, and I also got worked for an Irish university as well. So the University of Brighton in the last year has been very active in terms of activity in Asia. In the last 12 months, we opened a regional office in Mumbai, and which is led by our officer there, Anushree Patil. And we also have an office now in Beijing. And so today I'm just going to tell you a little bit more about Brighton as a destination in terms of what makes us different. So there's just a summary of today's presentation. Of course, I'll be happy to share my slides at the end as well. So just mindful that I haven't got a huge amount of time, so I'll just quickly move straight to talk about COVID-19. Of course, a huge hot topic for us all in international education. I think 2020, of course, was certainly one of the most challenging years in my 16 plus years in international education. The good news is that in the UK, in terms of vaccination update, over half of the UK adult population has now received a vaccine, and we're on course to see the majority of adults by July. You might have seen in the international media of BBC as well. We're seeing some delays, but overall, it's looking positive in terms of the vaccination situation here in the UK, which of course then will impact positively, fingers crossed, on September recruitment for face-to-face tuition. So in terms of mitigations, of course, like a lot of UK universities, there was a lot of changes last September. And for September 2021, of course, we're hoping that the situation will be much more positive compared with September 2020. So we're introducing, we're putting in place things like support for students that are arriving late. So if any Nepalese students, for whatever reason, arrive late for their program, they can arrive for up to 1 month late at the University of Brighton. We've also reduced our deposit amount as well for 2021. And we have a guaranteed deposit refund in place. So if students decide to change their mind, and for whatever reason, it's possible for students to get a 100% refund. We also have scholarships in place, which I'll tell a little bit more about later, and pre-arrival support for students. We'll be doing lots of different activity online for students and advising them if for example, they have to quarantine on arriving in the UK. We'll be able to provide them with support and advice around all these issues. And so now to talk about more generally the University of Brighton. For those of you who might be familiar with Brighton, you might be familiar with this interesting building in the heart of the city. This is the Brighton Pavilion. And the reason why I've included this image is, interestingly, the University of Brighton can trace its origin to this building. So the first ever classes took place at the University of Brighton within this building back in the 1860s. And over the last 150 plus years, the University of Brighton has emerged as a centre of excellence for a number of areas, including accountancy and fashion, art and design, medicine, education, physiotherapy, sports science, health sciences, pharmacy, and pharmacology. So we have a really broad range of programs on offer at the university. Interestingly, September 2021 will see the launch of our new campus buildings at our Molescombe campus. So we have invested over £300 million in our campus facility within the city of Brighton. And so this will see new academic buildings being launched in the autumn, new sports and fitness facilities, a new business school, a new students' union and student accommodation, and new green spaces. So it's a really exciting time, certainly for students joining us in 2021 and 2022. So I get to experience the new buildings within our Molescombe campus. So for those of you not familiar with the university, we have a community of 21,000 students. So it's one of the larger universities on the south coast of England. And we offer over 500 courses with an alumni base of 140,000 worldwide. Interestingly, in March 2020, Brighton scored in the top 30 globally on student mix. And this is interesting because essentially it's an assessment of how welcoming and how well equipped the city of Brighton is for international students. You know, I always think the city of Brighton really sort of pitches above its weight in terms of its impact on international higher education. We have a city of about 200,000 people, but you know, a student population of close to 40,000 students. So it's very much a big student hub. Of course, we've got the likes of Study Group and Into have their European headquarters in Brighton, the University of Brighton, of course, and University of Sussex as well. So it's a very vibrant location, and I'll take a little bit more about the city as part of this presentation. So I think in terms of what I get asked a lot, you know, what makes Brighton different compared to more traditional universities, we have a big focus upon employability. And that's in terms of what this looks like in reality. This includes things like work placements. It includes alignment of degree programs and master's programs to professional bodies and organizations. So for example, students who study with us for accountancy, they would emerge as members of the Institute of Chartered Accountants, which again, being a member of these professional bodies has a lot of benefits for networking and also for career professional development. And in some cases, particularly in engineering and in health sciences, it can be a requirement if you want to actually practice within that said industry. So again, the focus on employability is also reflected in our big emphasis on placements, and again, a huge number of our undergraduate and postgraduate programs include work placements. And I particularly want to mention the business school here at Brighton. We offer a postgraduate 2-year masters with placement, and some of the recent placements have included companies such as Adobe and IBM and Johnson & Johnson, Nike and Disney. And I think particularly with regard to the big demand that we're seeing from Nepal for post-study work visa, it's certainly a good route for students that are looking to gain experience, not only as part of the post-study work visa, but also as part of their program. So it's possible within our business school for students to choose a number of different areas across the business areas, such as management and finance, tourism. And so the placement courses are 2 years, meaning that students qualify for a 2-year visa, and then they can also then benefit from a further 2 years of post-study work visas. So it's a really good offering, I think, for students who are looking for that valuable work experience in the UK post-study. So for those of you not familiar with the city of Brighton, you know, as a city, as I mentioned, it's a population of about 200,000. We're located south of London on the coast, in a very enviable position, given that the southeast is the sunny southeast of England, so we get the most sunshine in the UK. And so we're 50 minutes from London Victoria Station, and about 25 minutes from Gatwick Airport, and 1 hour, 20 minutes drive from Heathrow. It's a multi-campus university, so we have 3 campuses in Brighton and 1 in Eastbourne. Our city campus is located right beside the beach in Brighton and near the famous iconic Brighton Pier. And this is the home of our art and fashion programs. As I mentioned, we rank really highly in these areas globally, in the top 20 and top 40 for fashion and art and design. Our Molescombe campus, again, this is where we're investing over £300 million in the campus. So this is the home of our programs that are popular for South Asian students, such as architecture, computer science, AI, our business school as well, and aeronautical engineering as well, which is popular in South Asian students. Our campus in Falmer is also on the edge of the city of Brighton. Again, this is the home of our humanities students, education students, and social sciences, and also the home of the Brighton Medical School as well. Finally, our campus in Eastbourne. Eastbourne is a small town to the east of Brighton, and this is the home of our tourism programs, journalism, sports science programs, and physiotherapy and podiatry as well. As you can see, we rank in the top 20 in the UK for physiotherapy and top 100 globally for sports science. And I still haven't mentioned student life. So it's Brighton is a top 10 UK student city according to the QS Best Student Cities. And again, listed in the Lonely Planet's list of top 10 beaches, cities with brilliant beaches worldwide, alongside Rio and Cape Town. And again, for those of you not familiar with Brighton, of course, we have the beach, but also to the north of the city, as you'll see from this image, there's the famous Sussex Downs, which is a beautiful national park area. So we've really got the benefit of having the greenery and also the beach as well. And Brighton is regarded as the southeast of England's hub for the creative and hospitality industries, and particularly for students who are looking, for part-time employment. I know myself, when I studied, I did some part-time work. There's certainly a lot of opportunities for part-time employment in Brighton because it's such a big tourism destination. So a lot of students would get jobs in cafes and hotels, etc. It's also, interestingly, the European headquarters for American Express. So we have a lot of our graduates from the Brighton Business School have gone on to employment within American Express as well. So as a city, it's a very friendly, open place, and one of the liveliest and most diverse places in the UK. It's famous for its music festivals, its comedy and arts festival, and just to note, the Brighton Festival is one of the largest arts festivals in the UK, and it's certainly the largest arts festival in England, and it takes place every May. So I won't spend too much time talking about halls of residences, but this map is really interesting because it shows you the connectivity between our campuses. So this is our city campus here. We have student accommodation located beside the city campus, our Moulscombe campus here, where we're investing over £300 million. And finally, our Falmer campus in the city of Brighton, which is located beside the American Express football stadium, which, of course, for those of you interested in Premiership UK football, it's the home of the Brighton and Hove Albion football team. As you can see, we're very well connected by our train stations in the city. And again, as I mentioned, Brighton Station is 50 minutes from London Victoria Station. Applying to Brighton, of course, our academic entry requirements from students from Nepal. We look at the high school level grades of 65%, and we also accept the A levels from Nepal as well. Typically looking for BBC, BCC level. At postgraduate level, we require 4 years honours, professional or special bachelor's degree at second lower. So this would be sort of the minimum entry requirement. Again, entry requirements can vary depending on programs. These are standard requirements as well. As you can see, there's extra requirements for programs such as the MBA, and also interviews may be held for programs in art and design and medicine, etc. And portfolios are obviously required for certain programs as well. Just to touch on fees, again, students pay a deposit before they arrive in the UK, obviously, but it is possible to have installment plans as well as part of the fee paying for students. And there's just a summary of our fees, and again, happy to share these slides afterwards through our colleagues in April. Important to mention our scholarships. Again, on the 30th of April is our deadline for scholarships. And for students to apply for scholarships, they just need to have an offer from the University of Brighton. And it's a very straightforward process. They just need to have an offer, and then they apply via the website. And again, the focus is on, pretty much we're asking the students to demonstrate how a University of Brighton degree or master's will help their career. So it's less about the academics, it's more about their ambition, what they want to be in the future, what's their dream job, how can Brighton, I suppose, help them realize their ambition. So again, it's quite a straightforward process. Last year, over 50% of our students from Nepal received a scholarship. So it's the deadline is the 30th of April for students interested in a scholarship. English language requirements, again, pretty standard across the UK. We accept the IELTS and indicator tests and TOEFL, IBT, Pearson, etc. We also have the Centre for Academic English Language Development in Brighton, which offers a number of pre-sessional programs. So for Nepalese students that are interested in coming to the UK for a couple of weeks before their study to improve their English, that's possible as well. And it's priced very competitively for students. So yeah, that's a summary of today's presentation and sort of a whistle-stop tour of Brighton. I hope that's been helpful to you, and I've covered, of course, the COVID-19 update, which again, we've been feeling very confident about here in the UK now that over 50% of the UK adults have received a vaccine. And interestingly, you know, international students will qualify for a vaccine once we get to that stage in the coming months, because of course students who come to the UK, they can register with the NHS, so it will be possible for students to benefit from a UK vaccine if required. I just talked briefly about our areas of excellence at Brighton and our big focus upon employability and work placements, particularly in our business school being a big focus for us. Our location, the City of Brighton, is a very enviable location on the south coast of England, 50 minutes from London. We guarantee accommodation for students from Nepal joining us in September 2021. Again, for applying, of course, EdBoy manage all of our applications locally there with you in Nepal, so they can give you more information on application processes. And finally, our scholarships, of course, our scholarship deadline is the end of April, so certainly students should start applying now if they wish to be considered for a scholarship. So thank you all so very much for joining today's conclave, and a huge thank you to EdVoy colleagues in South Asia, particularly in Nepal, and of course the EdVoy UK team. Thank you to the team. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brian, for the insight on University of Brighton. मैले अघि यहाँलाई क्वेसन सोधेको थिएँ नि, अलिकति इन्ट्रेस्टिङ सब्जेक्ट्सहरू के छ भनेर, सो उहाँले आफ्टर प्रेजेन्टेसनमा चाहिँ एमएससी इन मस्कुलोस्केलेटल फिजियोथेरापी भनेर मैले देखेँ. सो इभन हेल्थ एन्ड साइन्समा पनि कति डिफ्रेन्ट एरियाज एन्ड एस्पेक्ट्सहरू छ जसमा चाहिँ आजकलको स्टुडेन्ट्सहरूलाई तपाईँहरूले गाइड गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ. यो ट्रेडिसनल तरिकाले जब पेरेन्ट्सले सोच्दाखेरि बाहिर पढ्न जाँदाखेरि पनि त्यही डक्टर इन्जिनियरिङ बाहेक पनि अझै कति डिफ्रेन्ट अझ आर्ट्स भयो, स्पोर्ट्समा पनि देयर सो मेनी डिफ्रेन्ट एभेन्यूज द्याट हेभ ओपन्ड अप स्पेसली फर यङ स्टुडेन्ट्स. र अब चाहिँ सोसाइटल प्रेसर भन्दा पनि साँच्चीकै आफूलाई मनपर्ने, आफूलाई जे गर्दा खुसी हुन्छ र आफू जेमा राम्रो गर्न सक्छु जस्तो लाग्छ त्यो एरियामा पनि तपाईँहरूले स्टुडेन्ट्सलाई गाइड गरिदिन सक्नुभयो भने द्याट वुड अल्सो बी अनदर फ्यान्टास्टिक जब. एन्ड विथ 36,000 plus courses available at EdVoy or with EdVoy, I think you'd be able to do that job very, very easily. I would now like to welcome Mr. Justin Wood, the Interim Group Director at the International Office, Coventry University. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon all. I'm just sharing my screen, if you bear with me a second.
Yes, we can see it.
You can see it? Fantastic. Great. Okay, so thank you very much for inviting me and the University of Coventry to engage with the Enclave. It's fantastic to be here, and we're grateful for your time. And of course, thank you to EdVoy for hosting Coventry. We're a very close partner of EdVoy and really excited about the work that we've got planned for Nepal. And I hope you're having a good session today, and that you'll take something away from the next sort of 10-15 minutes that we're going to just scratch the surface really with Coventry. And for those of you that aren't familiar with Coventry University, or indeed the city, I mean, we are a very large global university, and our main campus is in Coventry City, which is right in the heart of the UK. So, I mean, for me, the reason I choose to live in the Midlands, in Coventry, is pretty much that we have the best of all worlds. You know, the birthplace of Shakespeare is a few minutes down the road, and we're only an hour from London, obviously the capital of the UK. But because we're right in the middle of the UK, you can pretty much get everywhere within a couple of hours, so up to Manchester and so on. And so it's a great location international students to experience the UK. And of course, alongside our main campus in Coventry, we have campuses up in the north in Scarborough and a campus in London. And it's interesting actually, because about half of our students from Nepal choose to study in London and about half choose to study in Coventry. So it's a 50-50 mix. You know, we're really proud of our student experience. That's been something that's recognised through the accolades and awards attributed to Coventry. And recently we were awarded University of the Year for student experience by the Times and Sunday Times. And we're also really proud to be within the top 30 for international students as per the QS. Really proud of those accolades, and they come on the back of many other recognitions for Coventry as a global university with student experience right at its heart. I guess to that end, thinking about our student population, we're now approaching 10,000 international students from outside the European Union. So a really significant proportion of our overall student population comes from across the world. And I think Coventry University is still the most popular university for students from South Asia. So we have a large number of students from obviously China, but also from South Asia, including Nepal. Overall, we've got a student population of about 40,000 on our campuses, but we've also got about 20,000 students studying Coventry degrees.
So I'm not sure if you can hear me or not. I just wanted to let you know that unfortunately the presentation isn't changing slides at all. We can't really see it in presentation mode, so I'm not sure.
Oh.
We should be seeing something different. Apologies.
No, well, thanks for flagging that up. You should indeed. So let's see if I can sort that out.
You can see your PowerPoint screen, and it says Coventry University Group, and it's got 3 people on the front. That's all we can see at the moment.
I'm really sorry about that. Let's see.
I think it might just not be in presentation mode, perhaps. So we can see your notes on there as well, but we can see the slides move properly now. So I don't know if there's a way to make. I'm sure this would be absolutely fine. There we go. Perfect.
I'm sorry about that.
That's absolutely fine. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No, I'm glad you did. So where did we get to? I'll just take you back here. So you didn't see this slide, right?
No, we haven't seen any of those slides. I'm so sorry.
No. Well, thank you for flagging that. Okay, so this just gives you a sense of the geography. So apologies, as I was kind of racing through that, it might not have been at all clear. But as I was kind of alluding to, our main campus, the Coventry campus, is right in the heart of the UK. So it's that Coventry is in the centre there. And then you have London to the south east, and I talked about our campus in the north, which is Scarborough. So that just gives you a sense of the geography. Apologies for the technical issues there. And I started then to talk about our student population and the fact that we're really proud to be approaching 10,000 international students of a total student population across our campuses at 40,000. And then I said alongside those 40,000, we also have 20,000 students studying Coventry degrees overseas, including incidentally in Nepal, where we have a very good relationship with Safarika in the area of computer science, which is a key discipline for Nepalese students, both in Coventry and in Nepal, where we have that important partnership. just to put those kind of student numbers into context, they actually place Coventry as being the third most popular university for overseas students in the country. So the most popular university, according to the government's latest data, is University College London, followed closely by the University of Manchester. And then the third most popular university for overseas students is Coventry University, according to the latest data. And as I said, we're really proud not only to have lots of international students, but also to have international students from all parts of the world. So we have students from 150 different countries. And that's so important because you don't want to come all the way from Nepal to the UK to sit in a classroom full of Nepalese students. You want to meet students from all over the world. And that's definitely the Coventry experience. Nepal is identified as a really critical market for us. So we're working closely with EDVOY, and I'd reach out to colleagues across the enclave to really work with EDVOY, as we've found they provide an outstanding service to our partners and indeed to the university. So much so that Sanjito, you see in this picture, is our colleague that we've got on the ground working in Nepal, and we've just had a really successful week traveling around the country, visiting recruitment partners, and seen a huge surge in applications and interest from Nepal, both to the UK generally, but specifically to Coventry. I mean, if you think that, I think on the back of some of the issues in Australia and the 80% reduction in South Asian students into Australia, the UK is definitely open for business. And as Brian from Brighton said, we're really poised for a great autumn intake with the vaccine rollout going so well and so successfully. I feel very optimistic about being open for business to our future students. I guess, look, I'm not going to go into lots of specific details about our courses and our fees and our scholarships. I think you're able to find a lot of that stuff online. But what I would really draw your attention to is kind of Coventry's position in three areas, and they all lead to one outcome. So as an employer, when we advertise for roles, the kind of first thing that you need to do to get your CV onto the table is have a degree these days. And that's going to be increasing the case as you look forward, given the pressure on the back of the global pandemic. So the next generation of students are going into an even more competitive recruitment environment for when they graduate and go into jobs. So that's kind of at the heart of our thinking. And the starter for us is to have an outstanding academic experience. So we're still ranked within the top 30 in the UK, sort of as per The Guardian. I think we're ranked 26 this year. So a highly repudiated, highly ranked university with excellent teaching right at the heart of what we do. So when the government went round and ranked universities according to their teaching, Coventry were proud to have got that gold rating. And not only that, actually, when you look at the metrics, we were amongst the best for teaching in the country. So practical hands-on teaching is at the center of what we do. And alongside kind of applying that in a very real world situation. So Coventry sent more of our students for overseas experiences and field trips than any other university in the UK. And we did that because it's a global recruitment environment, a global employment environment. So we want our graduates really to be able to speak to those global needs of employers. And that means giving them the opportunity to learn additional languages. We have the Global Leaders Program, which is open to our graduates to put them in direct contact with industry leaders. And 70 or so events in the UK and overseas each year to expose our students to industry links. Alongside things like summer schools and the collaborative online learning, so links between our a university in the UK and our universities overseas. So students are engaged and working alongside each other. And right from the minute that our students join us, the relentless focus is on their employability. So that's about great teaching. As I said, it's about global experiences, but it's also about making sure that Nepalese students who come to Coventry are well-rounded and are able to develop skills across the skills metrics. So, you know, if you're coming to study fine art, you might be the best painter in the world, but if you can't sell your paintings, you're not going to be successful in your career, particularly if you're going back to a country that doesn't have the infrastructure to support that. So for those types of students, we might give them an advantage module that focuses on the skills that they need to be able to set up their business and be entrepreneurial and to be able to sell their paintings as well as produce them. And the end result, kind of from that focus on employability in our talent team, the end result is that 97% of Coventry graduates successfully secure employment or further study after their degree. And that's all supported through our talent team who encourage those placements and opportunities in industry and career-ready skills. And I mentioned our Coventry campus. Within that, we've got our 4 core faculties, the Faculty of Arts and Humanities, which is probably most renowned for our automotive design degrees, because we've got a pretty unique global position in automotive design, given our links to Jaguar, Land Rover, and Tata and other international automotive companies. We're also very strong in business, and in fact business is the most popular subject for our Nepalese students both in Coventry and London, alongside computer science, which sits in our Faculty of Engineering, Computing and Environment, and health and life sciences, where we've just invested £60 million in a brand new state-of-the-art facilities. Now, nursing and physiotherapy are very popular subject for students from Nepal, but I won't focus on health and life sciences because the most popular subjects tend to be in the areas of business and engineering. And to that end, within our Faculty of Business and Law, one of the biggest business schools in Europe actually, we have the School of Marketing and Management, Economics, Finance and Accounting, Law, also Strategy and Leadership. And across our postgraduate suite of courses, there are opportunities to extend the master's program to do a placement. So that's proving really popular, particularly as the springboard into post-study work. Now the government have confirmed that graduates can access an extended visa to take up employment. If you look at the Australia example, actually about half of students went into roles that were not graduate roles. And I think Coventry is really committed to trying to give a springboard to students from Nepal, not only to get them into taking advantage of that visa, but to give them the best possible footing into a role that meets their needs as a graduate. Particularly strong across a number of areas in finance, economics, but also ranked fifth best university in the UK for hospitality, event management and tourism. And the big one that I mentioned, and possibly one of Coventry's most renowned subject areas, is engineering, environment and computing. We are a solid STEM university and one of the largest universities for engineering graduates in the country actually. So this year we've just opened our state-of-the-art latest extension to the engineering suite. So we've spent nearly 30 million on expanding our engineering facilities through a new building, featuring AI and all the latest technology to really push the frontiers of computer science. And that area is of particular interest in Nepal. And that's where I said we've got research and training and teaching links directly in Nepal. in that area of core interest at Coventry. We've always been very well renowned for mechanical engineering as well, and this year we're 12th, ranked number 12 for mechanical engineering in the UK, and again very close links, as I say, with the automotive industry. And including in innovation in this space. I mean, a lot of stuff around autonomous vehicles. So much to my surprise, a while back, I remember being on campus and seeing a number of cars driving themselves, and they were doing that as part of the government-funded contract into research, looking at autonomous vehicles. So some really pioneering stuff around cars that drive themselves, around flying taxis, and research that we're doing with the company Uber. So lots of really exciting industry leading research in those pioneering areas. And of course, students have access to that. So if you think about that link with industry, it creates the space to enable students to take advantage of placements. This student here had done a placement at Denso, which is a top Japanese automotive engineering company. And what we've found, often students who have that practical experience, learn it in the lecture theatre, apply it in industry, then when they graduate, whether they stay in the UK or return back to home, they're able to apply those skills in the real world and often set up their own businesses, directly replicating their experience that they've had with that work experience. So it's an invaluable pathway for our students. And I mentioned that half of our students also study in London. So for Nepal specifically, our London campus is a really appealing part of the group. And London's about 2,000 international students, based right in the heart of the city. And that's quite an important distinction to make. I mean, literally, you look outside and you're in the financial district, and within walking 2 seconds from our campus door, you're within a number of global financial corporations, as you can see from the map. And again, the focus here very much is on practical, business-orientated professional experiences. It is just a business school, so you won't find some of the other disciplines taught out of London, but there is a focus on fintech, on finance, on accounting, and all of our master's MSc programs in London, you're able to do with a 6-month work placement integrated into the MSc. So again, there's that option to do the MSc in 12 months. So a standard master's in the UK is half that of other popular destinations for Nepalese students. So huge financial benefits for Nepalese students in that regard. But you could do your master's in a year, or if you want to extend that and gain some practical work experience and placements, then you can embed those into the master's program in London. And of course, London is still a global hub for economy and business. And that was a bit of a whistle-stop tour. So I guess as you're thinking about your student profiles, you know, from Nepal, when I look at where students go, they tend to be very ambitious and aspirational, and they're either looking at the elite Russell groups, or if they're not looking at those very elite universities, often they're thinking about their route to employment and employability. And I think Coventry is a really good destination if you want to use it as a springboard into a great career. And that's certainly where I see Coventry fitting within your existing portfolio of universities as a great route for students who are serious, ambitious, and want to do really well, both in their studies and their careers. And, you know, we will give as much as we get. If you send ambitious, hungry students who want to do well, we'll support them with sector-leading employment support, placements, exposure to industry, but also very competitive fee levels backed up by scholarships and a great student experience. And I think this triple relationship between EdVi, yourselves, and Coventry is going to take us to some really exciting places going forward. So thank you very much for your time and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Justin Wood, for your update on Coventry University. And it's so good to see that universities keep investing on the property or on the facilities inside the university as well, so that the students have a better experience. I know धेरै जना स्पिकर्सहरुको कुराकानी सुनिसक्यौं, कति जनाले आफ्नो सिट छोडेर बाहिर पनि जानु भएको छ। तर एकपटक पुनः म अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु, यदि मेरो आवाज सुनिराख्नु भएको छ, बाहिर मैले यहाँबाट पनि देखिरहेको छु, यहाँलाई एकचोटी हल भित्र आएर आफ्नो सिटमा बसिदिनुको लागि पनि म अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु, किनभने यहाँकै लागि भनेर युकेबाट आफ्नो टाइम टेबल स्केड्युल मिलाएर यदि युनिभर्सिटीका रिप्रेजेन्टेटिभ्सहरु आएर बस्नुहुन्छ भने हामीले पनि उहाँलाई यदि थोरै रेस्पेक्ट त गरिदिनुपर्छ कि हामी पनि जुन कामको लागि आएछौं त्यो काम नसकुन्जेलसम्म एटलिस्ट हैन, प्लस इट्स समथिङ नलेजेबल एन्ड समथिङ इन्ट्रेस्टिङ। आई मस्ट से धेरै युनिभर्सिटिजहरुको बारेमा बुझ्दाखेरि तपाईहरु त झन् एजुकेशनल प्रोफेसनल्स भइसकेपछि हजुरले जति बढी इन्फर्मेसन पाउनु भयो विभिन्न युनिभर्सिटीहरुको बारेमा, आफ्नो विद्यार्थी जो तपाईहरुका आउँछ उहाँहरुको भविष्य लिएर उहाँहरूलाई राम्रोसँग गाइड गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ तपाईले। So a humble request, a kind request to all our participants and guests who are outside to kindly come in. अब हामीसँग केवल 3 युनिभर्सिटीका रिप्रेजेन्टेटिभ्सहरु हुनुहुन्छ, त्यसपछि त हाम्रो गाला डिनर नै भइहाल्यो, ककटेल डिनर, and our chief guest Mr. Rajesh Samal will be joining back and maybe तपाईहरुसँग कुराकानी पनि गर्नुहुन्छ होला फेरि। So अब ढिला नगरिकन I would now like to request our representatives from University of Bolton, Mr. Raj Sampath and Miss Laura. I'd like to give the floor to them so that they can also explain about the University of Bolton and why maybe University of Bolton is a good opportunity for students in Nepal, what kind of facilities does the University of Bolton have, and the courses offered.
Very good evening to everyone in Nepal. My name is Mr. Rajendra Sampath. I'm glad to be joined by my colleague Laura Caruthers from our admissions department. Thank you as well to EdVi for hosting this event. We have a short slide presentation, which, there we go. This presentation will last for about 10 minutes or so. It will give you some idea of the University of Bolton, where it's located, the kind of programs we offer, and the general facilities in and around the Bolton area. I'd like to show you a little video initially. Well, that told you a little bit about the facilities we have, the kind of programs we offer. Here's another video, which is a short video, which was just recently done. It takes you, shows you up, excuse me.
We've all been through some very difficult and unprecedented times, but the university is now open for business from September to welcome you all back to study. And that's very important because we've been investing in your future to make sure that you've got the facilities in a socially distanced and safe manner that you need to enable you to learn and to come on campus and to work with your fellow students and your tutors to deliver the best quality education that's available. And to that extent, I'm asking students to look at our guidance when they return to campus, to look at the reorientation videos and to follow those so that they're comfortable with the arrangements for them. You'll never find more than 30% of our students on campus at any point in time, which will keep you a lot safer than being crowded into a tight space. And you'll be able to feel that you can learn and be enthusiastic about your studies in a way that you were before this pandemic broke out. So as the head of the university, I'm delighted to invite you back to campus to continue your studies or to start your new studies, refreshed and renewed, ready to take on the challenge of learning in a COVID-secure environment.
So when you come to the university, everything will be the same, but a bit different. There are 8 entry points at the university where you would be expected to stand in front of a temperature scanner. If you don't have a mask, you'll be given one by the university. If you do have a mask, you would be asked to take it off in front of the temperature scanner and then you can wear it inside the university. I know things would be different from normal, but the university and the union are working hand in hand to make sure that the campus is COVID secure for the students. There is now a one-way system in place around the campus that you would need to follow to make your way around the university. Please follow the signage and remember to keep your distance.
From the beginning of this year, the university has been following the guidance issued by Public Health England and HM Government regarding the COVID-19 virus. From the 15th of May, a number of staff have been coming onto campus to ensure that the campus is made COVID secure for your return. Within the campus, you will notice that all areas have been measured out at 2 meters social distancing. So the important things to remember when you're on campus are hand washing. Hand washing is the most important defense against COVID-19, and it is important that you maintain good hand hygiene, both using hot water and soap, and also the hand sanitizers which are provided at each of the entrances.
Whilst you're on campus, you can make good use of our catering facilities around the university. Our coffee shops will be offering a takeaway service on hot drinks and snacks. The library will be open throughout the academic year. You will have the ability to loan and return books and resources, as well as use the computer facilities. The library has been redesigned in a one-way system, and we will be limiting the number of students in the library for everyone's safety. So things are a little bit different in the classrooms as well. Your lecturer will be wearing a visor and will be standing behind a screen, and you would be expected to maintain 1 meter distance in the classrooms. The university is always committed to provide exceptional teaching, and this will be no different in the next academic year. They will be delivering scheduled lectures on campus and via distance learning so that you can benefit from a blended learning approach to your studies. Every student will be given adequate time on campus during the week to attend lectures, seminars, and self-directed study. If you're not allocated to come in on a certain day, it is really important that you work from home. Our student support services will be open, allowing students to speak with specialist services such as mental health advisors and counselors. The student center will be open for the students to speak with an advisor. If you are a full-time student and travel via public transport, you can borrow a push bike from the university to help you get around. So, see you on campus in September.
Well, that video actually clearly told you how we plan for the COVID situation. We hope that by the time we start this September, things will be a little bit better. Just to give you a brief outline of where Bolton is. Bolton is a historic and modern town. About just over 250. About 250,000 population. It's a great location, very close to Manchester, which is about 20 minutes away from Bolton town centre. It's one of the largest towns in the UK. Why do students study, why choose the University of Bolton? There are a number of reasons. Our student services team has been awarded the first for student satisfaction in the northwest of England. We have well over 60 different nationalities, giving a very friendly and diverse multicultural environment. Our fees are very competitive compared to many other universities. We work with over 70 different companies and organizations, which allow our students to find internships, possibility of job placements, and projects, with various industries. We are ranked 5th for our teaching quality. This was in the Sunday Times of 2020. We are also in the top 50 of UK universities as measured by The Guardian. The university has its own managed on-campus accommodation. It's very affordable. We guarantee accommodation for our international students, over 800 bedrooms. The entire campus is Wi-Fi enabled, and the cost of accommodation includes the access, internet access, electricity, gas, and of course 24-hour security. We have several schools and faculties, and collectively over 200 different types of programs are offered at the university. Engineering, creative technologies, computing, health and well-being, education, psychology. We have School of Art, Design, Law, Sports and Biological Sciences, Biomedical Sciences, Dental Sciences, Islamic Finance, and of course our Institute of Management, which offers a variety of courses in business. Some of the most popular programs for Nepalese students are within our engineering and computing faculties, and of course business is a very popular area for Nepali students. What are our tuition fees and what is the investment? Most of our programs at the undergraduate level are £12,450 per annum. For international students, if the tuition fees are for 3 years, over a period of 3 years, your fees will not increase. So it's £12,450 this year, it'll be £12,450 next year, and so forth. At the postgraduate level, our fees are also £12,450. Our MBA, which is one of our very popular subject areas, £13,950. The living expenses that you would need to show in order to get a student visa, just over £9,200. We have a scholarship scheme. It's a merit-based scholarship scheme for undergraduate students up to £5,000 over a 3-year period. Our application process is very simple. It's online. Once an application is received, the university will make either a conditional or an unconditional offer. The offer is then accepted. Fees stroke deposits are payable, and we then move on to the CAS. Thank you very much. Please keep in touch with EdVoy, who are one of our trusted partners, and we look forward to welcoming you this September. Thank you very much. Take care and goodbye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raj Sampath, for your information on the University of Bolton and the most preferred courses there for Nepali students and students globally as well. Once again, a humble request to all our participants who are outside to kindly come in and join us, because we only have 2 resource persons left at the EDVOI Introducers Conclave 2021. And without any further delay, I would like to now give the floor to Ms. Sally Fairburn, who is the International Executive at the University of South Wales. So, Ms. Sally, the floor is yours.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm just going to share my screen with you, so hopefully you can see that now. So thank you for your time, everyone. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to be here today with you and present to you the University of South Wales. My name is Sally. I'm an international executive and I've been working at the university since 2006. I'm going to give you an overview of the university, some of the courses we offer, fees and scholarships. But first of all, I'd like you to sit back, relax and enjoy the next 3 minutes with a short video.
Sally, just to let you know that we're not getting any audio from the video.
Oh, okay. I'm not quite sure why that is.
Sometimes it's in the screen share options. It might be a little button that you have to tick to say to share audio as well.
Okay, yes, here we go. So sorry about that. Thank you. I'll start. Thank you. I'll start it again for you all. Sorry about that.
I love Wales as a country. There's a lot you can learn when you come here, when you see the kind of culture that we have. I guess people don't really expect us to have a city like Cardiff that thrives as much as it does. There's a lot more going on in Wales than people originally see.
Coming to uni here, you make so many friends from all over and they're your friends for life. Getting here is really easy. Coming from somewhere like London, you can just get on one train. You can then get the train up to Pontypridd, go straight to Newport. It's a 5-minute walk to get to the university from the train station in Newport.
With this new university, the University of South Wales, it's great. Like, you have so many resources.
Wales is a massive hub for sport. All of the streets are lined with red and people get really passionate about rugby, and when we win, it's an amazing place to be, it really is. People are very, very proud to be Welsh.
Peidiwch â phoeni, mae pawb yn siarad Saesneg, ond fedrwch chi ddysgu bach o Gymraeg fel dim problem.
Cardiff's just one of the coolest cities ever. And it's just lush. You can just get on a train or a bus and you can go into the middle of nowhere. You can go rafting, you can go climbing up the mountains, or you can go west and you can go surfing. I mean, it's got a little bit of everything, really.
You can travel to the big cities like Cardiff, and you've got the great landscapes like the Gower, great beaches around you. The Brecon beacons are stunning as well. So it's a really good place to be.
One of my reasons to come to UK was to get a British degree, which is a stamp of quality. I found so many friends here from all over the world. Everyone's helpful, everyone's supportive, and after some time you just realize that you feel at home.
The University of South Wales to me is this life-changing experience which I wouldn't swap for anything.
We are here. Will you be?
Okay, so hopefully that's given you a great insight as to what we're about and what life might be like for you as a Nepalese student studying in South Wales. So why should you study at the University of South Wales? Well, we are one of the largest universities in the UK. We have around 26,000 students from more than 120 countries around the world. And what does that mean for you? It means that you're going to be immersed into different cultures, different nationalities, and you're going to be making friends with people from all over the world. And that's what being an international student is about. Many of our courses will have placements available with them. We have some courses that have integrated placements, like our 2-year MBA Global program, our Hotel and Hospitality Management, and also our Chiropractic Studies program. So you do have the opportunity to get placements or internships where possible, and we have a careers team that can help you do that. South Wales as an area offers excellent value for money. In 2019, it was voted by the NatWest Living Index as being the most inexpensive city for students to live in. So that, coupled with our very generous scholarships and our competitive tuition fees, means that you will actually get a very high standard of living, but also a very low cost of living as well. So these are just some of the partners that we work with. You can see here that we mentioned there are over 400 employers that we engage with, and our students have that privilege of engaging with as well to increase their hands-on experience, but to also grow their network of contacts. So you can see there we've got huge organisations like the BBC, but also we have a really great sports portfolio. So we work very closely with Cardiff City Football Club, the Welsh Rugby Union, and also Swansea City Football Club as well, where students will actually, from day one that they start, get that hands-on experience with those clubs. So South Wales as an area, you will have seen from the video, it does offer you just that little bit of everything. Whether you're into outdoor activities with your mountain climbing, maybe walking or hiking, biking, Wales is the place for you. But also there's so much culture and history as well. So we have museums that are free to go into. You've got so many castles to visit in the local area as well, but also international sporting events. So huge rugby fans in Wales, also football as well. So back in back a couple of years ago, we hosted the UEFA Champions League. And when you have huge events like that on in the city, the atmosphere is just amazing. It's great. And what you get is many students will actually have tickets to go to these games, or they'll be watching it from a bar outside of the stadium, or perhaps actually they might be working part-time in the stadium in hospitality. So one way or another, the students are definitely going to get involved. We have really great transport links. We have 3 campuses within the South Wales area, and each campus is located within a 5-minute walk of a train station. The campuses have everything that you need on them. You don't need to commute between campuses, which is perfect. So if you wanted to go to London for the weekend, we're literally 2 hours away from London by train. So it is really easy to get around. You don't need to buy a car, which can be quite expensive in the UK. So like I said, we have 3 campuses. And I'm going to start off with our Cardiff campus. So this is right in the heart of the capital city of Wales, Cardiff. You can see it is a very modern looking building. It's where all the cool people hang out with their unique personalities and looks with pink or purple and blue hair, because it's where we teach all the creative industries. So you've got the likes of fashion and media and film and photography and music, to name just a few. within that building, you have the likes of dance studios, green screens, music studios. You have a library that not only obviously rents out books or journals, but also media equipment as well. There'll be restaurants in there and coffee shops, and lots of computer labs as well, the fashion studios. So everything you need is in that building. And just across the road from that building, you have an accommodation block as well. And I'll talk to you more about accommodation shortly. But also, if you walk just down the road for 3 minutes, you will come straight into the center of the shopping malls with the bars and the restaurants and the nightclubs and the cinemas and the theaters and the supermarkets. So again, it is just really convenient to be located where you are located. And these are the subject areas that we teach within that campus. So the students that we have here have been really lucky, and they've worked on some amazing projects like Doctor Who, The X Factor, also Britain's Got Talent, and they have the privilege of working with the likes of the BBC studios in Pinewood. So people think that you need to be in London to make it big in the creative industries, but actually you don't. South Wales, Cardiff, Newport as an area has some amazing industry links. So it really is beneficial for our creative students. Many of these courses will require you to submit a portfolio, and we have details on our website, on the course pages, on what we would be looking for you to include within that portfolio. So Cardiff has 2 other universities in the city, so it is a very multicultural city, but the benefit is you will actually mix with the local population as well. Myself, I'm not Welsh, I'm English, and I moved to Wales in 2004, so I have experience of being welcomed into the community, and the Welsh population are a very friendly nation. If you're kind of in the city looking a little bit lost, somebody will come up to you and go, "Are you okay? Do you need any help?" It's that kind of place. You've got lots of beautiful green parks in the city as well. So whether you're looking to just relax with your friends, have a barbecue, a picnic, or maybe do some jogging, it is a lovely area to be in. And then this is my campus where I'm based, in this blue building here called the Pontypridd campus. It's very different to the Cardiff campus in that it's spread out. But if you imagine being at the bottom of the campus and needing to be at the top by the accommodation, it's going to take you no more than maybe 7 to 10 minutes to walk up there. So on this campus, you have over 1,200 rooms available of student halls of residence, and every room has its own ensuite bathroom and shower room as well. Just below here, you have the sports centre and gym. And then below there, you have the Students' Union, and in there's a nightclub, a couple of bars, a pub, a hairdresser's, a noodle bar, a beer garden, a convenience store, and relaxing areas for the students. We have the Stilts restaurant that serves 3 meals a day, but also you have Starbucks coffee shop in there as well. And then you have coffee shops and cafes dotted around the campus also. We have 2 aircraft hangars here for aeronautical engineering and aircraft maintenance engineering. And for students interested in aircraft maintenance, we have integrated within that undergraduate program the YASA modules to help you in becoming a licensed engineer. And then just 3 minutes walk away out here, then you've got a train station, and it is literally 20 minutes on the train to get to Cardiff City. Alternatively, Pontypridd town is just one ride away on the train, just 2 minutes away, and that's where you've got your banks and building societies and your clothes shops and supermarkets. But Cardiff would be the place to go if you wanted a bigger variety. And then you've got lots of private accommodation in the local area should you want to live in a shared house with some friends or other students. Just across the road from this campus, you've got the other part of the campus called the Glyntaff site. And this is where we teach all of the lab-based courses, so like nursing and also forensic sciences, police sciences, geography, geology, renewable energy, and to basically, all the lab-based courses are there. These are the subject areas that we teach within this campus. Some of the most popular courses that we have within our Nepalese community would be the business courses, so MBA Global. That course actually is 22 months in duration and has an integrated 8-month work placement. The cost of that 22-month program is, the cost of that 22-month program is £12,800 for the whole of the 22 months. You've also got computer science, and you've got artificial intelligence, data science, international logistics and supply chain management, engineering. So there is a huge range of courses available on this campus. I'm aware that we're running on time, so I'm just going to zoom through as quickly as I can. Finally, we have our Newport campus based in Newport City Centre. This is where we teach hotel and hospitality management, and we are the only university in the UK to have collaboration with an international 5-star hotel where our students will have work placements within that organisation. So these are the subject areas that we teach here. Included in the popular ones would be SEN, special educational needs, and also specialising in autism. And also you've got obviously the hotel and hospitality management as well. So Newport is a city just across the road from the campus. You have this shopping mall here, but also Newport has a high street. So again, everything is walkable. London actually is only 90 minutes by train. So you can benefit from having the low cost of living in South Wales, but maybe going to London to be a tourist for the day or even the weekend without having that high cost associated to being a student there. Like I said, we do have a great range of sports courses. We've invested millions of pounds within our sports park at the university. So this is our indoor 3G pitch. It's the only one of its kind in England and Wales. It's so good that when we play international rugby matches against the New Zealand All Blacks, they've trained on this pitch as well, as have the English rugby team a couple of weeks ago when they were playing Wales in the international match. So we're really proud of our sports park. We really are. The facilities that we have are amazing. So whether you're interested in sport and exercise science, rugby coaching, football coaching, strength and conditioning, sports psychology, sports journalism, we have so many different sports courses. It's definitely worth checking out on our website. Whether you're interested in playing as a hobby or for the university, we have lots of different sporting courses available, sporting activities for you as an international student. These are just some pictures. Okay. Like I said, I'm just going to go through this quite quickly. So we understand that as an international student, it might be the first time that you're leaving your home country. It might actually be the first time that you're leaving your home city. And for your parents, it might be quite daunting for them as well if you're the eldest child that they're sending to university. So as a university, what we want to do is make it as easy as possible for you, so you don't have to think too much about the logistics on how you're going to get from A to B. So if you were to arrive into Cardiff International Airport, we will pick you up free of charge in a taxi and take you to your accommodation. If you arrive into London Heathrow, we have a meet and greet service where a university representative will meet you, make sure you're okay, and get you the right bus ticket and make sure you know how to get to your accommodation. We also have International Welcome Week, which is a wonderful program where you have non-academic activities the week before your enrolment, and it's a great chance for you to get to know the local area, make new friends, get to try new activities. We take you out for dinner, and it's just a really nice way to get to know people before you get to that enrolment week. You will walk into that room and know so many people already. Okay, So this is the Students' Union on campus. Unfortunately, it's not been used for a year, obviously due to the pandemic, but hopefully this will change in the coming months as the situation does get better. So we're offering a blended learning approach at the moment with a mixture of online, but also face-to-face classes for the students that have made it to campus. You can see inside we've got coffee shops, and there's pool tables, and there's a pub and a couple of bars. You are allowed to work part-time up to 20 hours a week as an international student, and we have a careers department available on campuses for you to have a chat with and sign up to emails. You've got two options for accommodation. So you've got on-campus accommodation, and the rooms will look like this. So all rooms are single occupancy and have their own ensuite bathroom and shower room, and you also have your own mini fridge within that room as well. And the price will be between £100 and £130 a week, depending on your campus and depending on the size of the room that you choose. You'll also have a shared kitchen and shared living area with maybe 4 or 5 other students as well. So it's got everything that you would possibly need. And that price would include your utility bills, and you get free internet access across the university campuses as well. It wouldn't include your food, so you'd have to budget for that also. The other option you've got is off-campus accommodation. So within walking distance of all of our campuses, you have houses that look like this, and typically students would share them with a few other students. You would have your own bedroom, but it would be a shared bathroom and kitchen area. So it's not quite as luxurious, but it is definitely more friendly on your budget. So you would probably pay between £50 and £80 a week, depending on which campus you were studying on. So I'm going to go to the fees and scholarships as a Nepalese student. So if you are an undergraduate student, then you would pay between £13,500 and £13,800, depending on if you're choosing a STEM subject or not, per year. And those fees are guaranteed for all 3 years of your undergraduate programme. If you were studying a postgraduate programme, then they could vary between £14,500 and £14,300, depending on whether you're choosing a STEM programme. And then we have a couple of non-standard courses like the MBA Global, LLM, or the LPC course, where that's £15,300 for the whole programme. So like I said, the 22-month programme MBA Global is not per year, it's actually for the whole programme. As a Nepalese student, if you're self-funding, we will guarantee you a scholarship at the time that we issue your offer letter of £2,500. So actually your tuition fees are reduced to maybe just under £12,000 or just under £13,000, depending on the level that you're studying and the subject area that you're studying. If you were an undergraduate student, you would get this scholarship every year of your undergraduate studies. And we also have payment plans available for you. So we would request you to pay 50% of your tuition fees in order to secure your place, and also for us to issue you with your visa letter. And then you have the option of paying the remaining balance, or you can pay the remaining balance over 7 monthly instalments, and there is no interest charged for that option. So that's the end of my presentation. I'm sorry it was quite rushed. I'm aware that we did go over a little bit, but I hope you enjoyed it. And I really did have a great time chatting to you. And if you have any questions, please reach out to Edvoy. They're a valued partner of the university. And we look forward to hopefully meeting you in the near future.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sally, for the wonderful presentation and for taking us through the beautiful campus of the University of South Wales as well. So नेपालमा बसिबसिकन हामीले टुर पनि गर्यौं, क्याम्पस कस्तो रहेछ, के कस्तो फ्यासिलिटिजहरु स्टुडेन्ट्सले पाउनुहुन्छ भनेर पनि उहाँले बुझाउनु भयो र यो भन्दै गर्दाखेरि मैले पनि एज लेट्स से फरेन स्टुडेन्ट बाहिर जाने बेलामा के कस्तो रिक्वायरमेन्टहरू हेर्दै थिएँ भनेर पनि याद गरेको थिएँ एन्ड आई थिङ्क द डर्म्स एन्ड अल अल्सो आर रियली गुड बिकज स्टुडेन्ट हुँदाखेरि पढाइ त भयो सँगसँगै तर सोसल लाइफ हुनु पनि एकदमै इम्पोर्टेन्ट छ सो इफ देयर आर क्याफेज पब्स क्लब्स नियर बाई इट्स अल्सो a stress reliever for students who are outside of their country in a foreign land where they do not know a lot of people. So they socialize गर्ने opportunity पाउँदाखेरि स्टुडेन्ट्सहरूलाई पनि एकदमै राम्रो हुन्छ. So we are almost towards the end of today's program and without any further delay, I would now like to request Mr. Neil Haddock, Head of International Recruitment, University of Roehampton, and I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Neil now.
Many thanks and good afternoon everyone from London. Pleasure to be here with you all today and many thanks to my colleagues at EdVoy for inviting me along today. Now I'm aware and conscious that you've had a lot of information thrown at you over the last 45 minutes to an hour, so hopefully I can hold your attention for a few minutes more to give you a brief introduction to the University of Roehampton in London. So I'm just going to share my screen with you. So hopefully you can all see the slide there. So as my colleagues at EdVoy mentioned, I'm Neil Haddock, so I head up the international recruitment at the university and work with all of our partners and students globally to promote the University of Roehampton as a study destination. So the university, a few quick key facts regarding the University of Roehampton. So we're a kind of small to medium-sized university in terms of UK universities. We have around 9,000 students that study with us across our undergraduate and postgraduate portfolio. We're located in southwest London, so we have a 54-acre parkland campus, which I'll talk a little bit about shortly. And so for a London-based institution to have a parkland campus like we do. We have 7 different academic departments and schools that offer a really wide range of programs at undergraduate and postgraduate level. We're a very diverse student body. So we have more than 146 different nationalities represented on our campus. So much like the City of London itself, a very diverse place. So students from Nepal studying at the university will be studying alongside students from all over the world, and of course our home students as well. So that represents about 14% of our student body are international students. And in terms of location, so as I said, we're a London-based university. So we're actually based in Zone 3 of London. So you can see I've circled the campus down here in red. So we're very lucky, as I said, in terms of our location and the space that we have for a London-based institution. So you can see on the right here by the photos, a very kind of green parkland campus. But with the benefits of being in London and having all of the exciting things about living and studying in London on your doorstep. So you can, don't know whether you can see on the slide here, but we have a train station just about a 5-minute walk from the main campus, which can take you directly into Waterloo Station in around kind of 20 to 25 minutes. So that's right in kind of the centre of London. And then we also have Putney Underground Station here, a very short bus ride away from the campus. So you have that campus environment, but you also have that connection to a global city like London and all of the fantastic things that come along with that. And in terms of kind of our campus, just to give you a sense of the size and what we have on our campus. So I think the benefit of that traditional campus experience is that you have everything on your doorstep. So you don't need to commute to campus. You don't need to take any trains or buses or drive. All of our accommodation is based on campus. All of our teaching and learning facilities are also based on campus. And many of our kind of sports and recreational facilities are also based on campus as well. So it gives that student, particularly, that international student that's traveling a long way from home, the kind of safety and security of being on campus, particularly in year one, if they're an undergraduate student. And we guarantee all of our international students accommodation on campus, should they wish. In terms of the university's history itself, so we have a very long and proud history through our 4 colleges that form the University of Roehampton, the oldest of which dates back to 1841. So 180 years of history of delivering higher education. We've also got a very strong tradition of teaching female students. So we were the first higher education institution in the UK to enrol female students, something that we're very proud of. And that history of enrolling female students in higher education dates back a very long time at the university. So the colleges that form the University of Roehampton each have different faculties and departments based within them. So we have Whitelands College, which is where all of our life science and psychology programs are taught and delivered. In our Southlands College is where our business school is located. And then in our Frobel College, we have our education and dance department. And then in our Digby Stewart College, we have all of our kind of humanities, social sciences, and the media, culture and language departments, are all kind of arts-based programs within that college. And I think the benefit of a collegiate university is the sense of community, I think, that students have with their colleges. So not only do our students feel very much a part of the University of Roehampton, but they also feel very much attached to their colleges as well. And as I mentioned, I kind of talked through some of the academic departments. So as I said, we have 7, the School of Arts, the Business School, our School of Education, which is one of the larger departments at the university. We have quite a long tradition of teacher training, and it's still a large kind of part of what we do at the university as well. Our School of Humanities, we have Life Sciences, Psychology, and also our Department of Social Sciences as well. So kind of a broad mix of humanities and arts, and also some STEM-based subjects as well. And I think at the university, we've undergone quite a lot of change in our portfolio over the last 12 months. Our portfolio and also our intakes as well. So I've highlighted some of the new developments at the university here on this slide. So we now have computing courses both at undergraduate and postgraduate level. We've moved further into health sciences through our adult nursing and mental health nursing programs. We had our first intake in September 2020. The business school across the undergraduate portfolio have introduced a wide range of new business top-up programs. So for those students that are applying for advanced entry into year 3 of a degree program, we have a wider choice now for those students. And the same at postgraduate level. We've had quite a few new recent developments in terms of courses. So postgraduate computing opportunities, and we're looking to expand that even further. The business school have also introduced a number of new programs, entrepreneurship. We had the launch of our MBA with placement this September, which has been a huge success. And we've also just launched a project management master's, as well as some more master's opportunities in our law school as well. And across different intakes, we've expanded. So our recent January intake, we had a much wider range of courses available. And you can see all of those on the university's website. And for the first time, we're also launching our April intake. So this is the first April intake we have this year. And I just wanted to highlight some of the popular programs that we have, particularly from the South Asia region and Nepal in particular. So our postgraduate business programs are, as you would expect, very, very popular, particularly those ones with placement. So not only can you do a placement across the MBA program, but also across all of the global management programs as well. And then we have some of our science-based programs and our computing, which are also popular programs at the university, particularly for our international students. The university itself prides itself in providing lots of contact time, not only with academic staff, but also with support staff across the university. So, we embedded within what the university wants to achieve is graduates that have great career prospects and career opportunities when they graduate from us. So making sure that students have the career support service as well as all of those kind of academic achievement support that's available as well. Moving on to tuition fees and scholarships. So the university has a very competitive tuition fee offer for international students, both at undergraduate and master's level as well. So for 2021-22 academic year, you can see our undergraduate and master's fees there as well. And in addition to those competitive fees, we also offer a range of scholarships, and I've picked out probably the two flagship scholarships here for international students. So we have an International Excellence Scholarship worth up to £4,000, and that's merit-based and assessed on application. And we also have a country scholarship of £2,500 for Nepalese students. So that's an automatic scholarship that's applied on application. It can't be combined with the International Excellence Scholarship, but we would award whatever the highest value is there. So we're very much conscious that students from the region and from Nepal in particular are looking for value for money in terms of those tuition fees and scholarships. So we try and improve access to those students as much as possible through these scholarships. And I just wanted to lastly just touch on the accommodation piece again as well. As I said before, we guarantee our accommodation on campus for our international students. For a London-based institution as well, our prices are very competitive. So they start from £127 per week and go all the way up to £165 per week. It depends on the style of accommodation that the student chooses. But that's as London-based institutions go, and as London accommodation goes, is a very competitive rate for students. And we have around 2,000 rooms on campus as well. So hence why we can provide that guarantee for our international students. And that's a very quick overview of the University of Roehampton from me. And apologies if you can hear my 10-month-old child in the background having a bit of a tantrum. The benefits of home working at the moment. But thank you all very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Neil Haddock from the University of Roehampton, for taking us through the various courses available in the University of Roehampton and also about the accommodation and other facilities that the students will be getting. With this, we've come towards the end of the university sessions as well. यहाँहरूले पाँचवटा विभिन्न युनिभर्सिटीहरूको बारेमा इन्फर्मेसन पनि पाउनुभयो र यो अलिकति हेल्पफुल रह्यो होला भनेर पनि हामीले आशा गर्छौँ। यहाँहरूले अघि मैले क्वेसन्सहरू युके भिजा र इमिग्रेसनको बारेमा सोध्नुस् भन्दाखेरि कतिले चाहिँ एडभोइकै सम्बन्धी पनि क्वेसन्सहरू सोध्नु भएछ। सो तपाईहरुले सोध्नु भएको धेरै क्वेसन मध्ये एउटा क्वेसनको एन्सर चाहिँ विजयजीले गर्न चाहनुहुन्छ र विजयजीले छान्नु भएको क्वेसन चाहिँ तपाईहरु सबैजनाले सोध्नु भएछ कि स्टुडेन्ट्सले पनि इन्डिभिजुअली यदि एडभोइमा साइन अप गर्यो अथवा एडभोइसँग एसोसिएट भयो भने चाहिँ त्यसमा चाहिँ हामी कसरी ट्याग हुन्छौं त भनेर सोध्नु भएछ। सो टु एन्सर दैट क्वेसन आइड लाइक टु रिक्वेस्ट मिस्टर विजय श्रीचरण द डाइरेक्टर फर साउथ एसिया फ्रम एडभोइ।
So thanks very much. I know it's been a long day for all of you, and quite electrified when I was speaking, the power went down. So anyway, I think we've got about 24 questions, and then we picked up 3 for the UKVI presentation, and then one common question that we had repetitively from most of you is one on the how can students use EdVoy, and how do we get tagged to that student, which means we are introducers to you, then how do you know that these are the students that come from us? So I'm sure you all have gone through the registration process in the morning and you've dropped your business card and your email. So what we have done is we have sent you the subscription forms to your mobile phones, and if you fill that with the reference and all the information, we're going to be selecting introducers who are at par with our standards, and based on that we would actually send you a detailed commission structure along with the contract, which will come to your email, which you have to download, print, sign, and then upload it into the upload link which comes to your email. So once that's done, in the current CRM, which is the existing CRM, we will give you a login ID and password where you can start doing applications on behalf of the student at the back end. And at the front end as well, you can do students, but our representatives, Sujina and Pragya, will be working with you closely to tag that on your name. So your students are not going to go anywhere. But in the newer version CRM, which is going to be released in the next 2 months, you will have access, and every agency will get a buzzword, right? It will be an alphanumeric buzzword, and if you just enter that buzzword, when students enter that, automatically the student is tagged to your name in the backend CRM as well. So that's one. And number 2 is we are also working, the product team is working on automated commissions. So no more emails, no more billing issues, nothing. So if you are the owner of the agency, you will have one login access, and then you can give that to your finance person as well, your accounts person. And then if you have multiple branches, for example, you have in Pokhara, you have in Kathmandu, and you don't want your Pokhara staff to see Kathmandu and Kathmandu staff to see Pokhara. We know all that game, so don't worry about it. So this is a newer version of the CRM, which will take another 60 days for you to receive, which will have the automated commissions, and we will just make your life so easy. Just leave it to us on that. So the next question was regarding money, so that's a repetitive question again. So how are we going to be paid? So we want to ensure that every single one of you will receive the money directly from the UK into your bank accounts, just in case if you are the owner. It has to be a corporate account, not an individual account. We will not transfer to an individual account. We will only do it for a company name, which is your registered agency. So that's one. Number 2, you need to have your SWIFT code, right? So without SWIFT code, we can't do international fund transfers. There's going to be no money coming in between the Nepal entity and you. It's going to be straightforward from Manchester to your account. So that's one assurance that I can give you. So it's a straightforward, transparent thing. So in case you want more questions, you want to speak to somebody in Nepali or in English, you've got Pragya, and you've got Sujina here, you've got Philip, who's the country director, and he's got a large team in the registration desk, so you can contact them. So these are 2 questions which I said. So like I said, just to clarify again, right now students can use EdVoy, but you just have to let our people know that in 60 days time, we will also give you the buzzwords. Is that okay? Yeah? Thanks very much, guys, and you enjoy your evening.
Thank you very much, and as we come towards the end of the program now for the vote of thanks, I would like to invite on stage Ms. Sujina Ranjit.
Thank you, Sadiksha. Hello everyone, I am Sujina Ranjit, the Student Recruitment Manager Nepal for Coventry University and also one of the team member for EDVOY. So now we've come to the end of this event, let's say the lively gathering. Prior to winding up this event, I would like to extend my gratitude and would like to thank our chief guest, Mr. Rajesh Hamal, and obviously our umbrella organization of Nepal, and yes, of course, our team member, our CEO, Mr. Sadiq Basha, university partners who have given their time to sharing the information about the respective universities, and at last but not the least, obviously, all of you guys inside the hall, outside the hall. Hope the session was very informative. Hope you all had a very good, informative session. Thank you so much giving us your time. Yes, giving us your good Friday evening to EDVOY team, giving your interest regarding EDVOY, the exclusive university that we represent, each and everything. So, I think after some minutes, dinner will be served outside this hall. So you can please enjoy the dinner. In between the dinner, if you have any questions regarding the EDVOY or let's say the UK system, anything else, please come and meet us. I will be there. You can see this card with the red band. Please say this card. The person wearing this, you can just put forward all your questions, queries, concerns. No matter the working protocol or about the universities, you can please come and talk to us. And if you have any questions specifically regarding the Coventry University also, please do write me or do contact me. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sujina ji. र यसको साथसाथै हामी पनि आजको कार्यक्रमको अन्त्यतर्फ आइसकेका छौं. Thank you so much all for coming and being a part of this event. And as education professionals, I hope that today's event was very informative, was very insightful. र EDVOY सँग मिलेर यहाँहरूले विद्यार्थीहरूको उज्जवल भविष्यको लागि अझ बढी कार्य गर्दै जानुहुन्छ होला भन्ने मैले पनि आशा लिएकी छु personally. So thank you very much again. We are doing the cocktail dinner in just a little while. तर त्यो भन्दा अगाडि यहाँहरूले अब onboarding process मा जान सक्नुहुन्छ. Registration desk मा गएर simple process follow गरेर तपाई EDVOY सँग onboard आउन सक्नुहुन्छ. र the cocktail dinner will also start from around 7:30. Our chief guest will also be joining us for dinner, and we also have Ms. Pooja Sharma with us. Thank you so much for coming and joining. र यसका साथसाथै यहाँ सबैजनालाई पुनः एकपटक धन्यवाद भन्न चाहन्छौं. And please, we also have goodie bags for each and every one of you. So before you leave, after dinner, please make sure that you take your goodie bag with you. It was a pleasure being your host. Thank you so much, and good evening ahead.
We are all living in unpredictable and unprecedented times.
How can international students best prepare for life in the UK with coronavirus?
Until the vaccine is found, we have to live with it as long as we follow the social norms, the guidelines set by the local governments. The universities have been very flexible, and a lot of the universities have started running the January intakes. You only see 10 to 15% of the UK university running few number of courses. Now, I would say nearly 50 to 70% of universities are running reasonable size amount of courses in January intake. And some of the universities have gone even further. They're doing November intake, they're doing April intake, May intake. Of course, not all courses, limited courses. So students can, if they need any advice, if they're not sure, if they missed the September 20 intake, don't you worry. That's the message.
The US is one of the world's most popular student destinations. If you want to study there though, you're going to need a visa. Hi, my name's Lily from EdVoy. In this video, we will take out any confusion that you may have about the visa process for the US and get you on the right track. Let's go. What is a US student visa? A student visa is a document given by the government to authorise foreign national students to study in the country. However, there are a few to choose from depending on your circumstances. What are the types of US student visas available? There are 3 types of student visa in the US, depending on the type of course you'll be studying and its duration. The F1 student visa is for students who are studying on courses that require more than 18 hours of studying per week. All regular undergraduate and postgraduate students usually require this visa. The J1 exchange visa, for students who will be studying a short course with a duration of no more than 10 months. The M1 student visa, for students who are going to the US to study a non-academic or vocational course. When should you apply for a US student visa? There are a few processes you need to complete before getting your US student visa. Keeping this in mind, you need to start your visa application process at least 3 to 5 months before your intended departure date. This way, you will have some time to handle any mishaps if they occur. What are the required documents to apply for a US student visa? A passport that is valid for at least 6 months before your planned stay in the USA, the university's I-20 form, a printout of the visa application form you filled out online, the visa interview appointment letter, original mark sheets, certificates and transcripts, a study abroad aptitude or language test, scorecard, bank statements for a minimum of 3 years. These documents will help the visa officers check if you can support yourself for the duration of your education. If your guardian is supporting you through your education, you can give their bank statements also. Depending on the type of visa, you might be required to submit additional documents too. What is the application process? You should apply for your student visa to study in the United States of America at least 3 to 5 months before your intended departure date. US student visas have to be applied for on the US Department of State Consular Electronic Application Center's website. After submitting your application, you'll be required to go to the US Embassy in person for biometric submission and your visa interview. Once your application is confirmed, you will need to register in the Student and Exchange Visitor Information System, also known as SEVIS. Your destination university will send you a document called Form I-20 to use in this part of the visa process. Next, you must pay for your visa processing fees online. For an F1 student visa, this is $510. For a J1 exchange visitor visa, it costs $380. And for the M1 student visa, it costs $510. Make sure you get receipts for all of your transactions so you can prove this has been paid. You will need to book an appointment at the embassy for your biometric submission and visa interview. Make sure you do this in plenty of time. What do I need to take with me to my interview? When you go to this appointment, you will need to take documents with you to verify who you are and your application. These include a passport that is valid for at least 6 months after the end of your planned stay in the United States of America, original transcripts, mark sheets and certificates, bank statements for a minimum of 3 years, documentation from your visa application process. What is usually asked at a US student visa interview? The interviewer is mainly looking to understand your motivations for studying in the United States, as well as your chosen course and university. The best way to tackle these interviews is to be honest and to give clear, concise and precise answers confidently. If you'd like to explore more detailed information, tips and tricks on student visas and everything about studying abroad, check out our website. And if you found this video useful, please like, share and subscribe to our YouTube channel. See you in the next video.
Hi, my name is James from EdVoy. In this video, we're going to be covering how you can study in the UK without needing an IELTS assessment. So what is IELTS? International English Language Testing System is a standardised language assessment test used by universities globally to assess the language skills of their prospective international students. This test consists of reading, writing, listening and speaking. When you don't need IELTS to study in the UK. English medium schools are common in India. If you have attended an English medium school or university, you can show that as proof for your English proficiency. Many universities in the UK also consider your 10th standard and 12th standard English subject marks to assess your language proficiency. Make sure that you have at least 70% in final exams to be considered by primary universities in the UK. 2. Your university conducts its own interviews to assess your language skills. Most universities have online interviews. Some universities use these online sessions to analyse your English language skills. In that case, IELTS scores will be unnecessary. 3. Taking other language assessment tests. IELTS is definitely the most popular and widely accepted English assessment test in the UK, but there are alternatives. You can take a TEFL, Trinity College London Integrated Skills in English, ISE, PTE Academic, Cambridge English, Proficiency, CPE, and the Duolingo English tests. Universities will mention the tests that they accept. Check your intended university's site before taking any test. 4. Doing a pre-sessional English course. Most universities offer pre-sessional courses without IELTS as an option for international students to adapt to the new educational system. In these courses, you will gain the required language skills along with the needed classroom skills. You will also have a smooth transition to the foreign education system. Check your university website to find out if they offer foundation or pre-sessional courses. If you are not confident about your English language skills, this option is your best bet. Tier 4 study visa in the UK without IELTS. English language proficiency is one of the requirements asked by the Immigration Office for processing your Tier 4 study visa. If you don't have IELTS, you'll need to submit a document from the university stating that you are eligible to apply for a visa. Here are some popular universities that accept students for their foundation, undergraduate and postgraduate courses without IELTS. And there you have it. You can avoid sitting through yet another exam, IELTS, before you go to study abroad. If you need any more information about the admission process, the universities and studying in the UK, feel free to book a free virtual session with our education advisors online.
So, your mom is telling me you want to try abroad?
Yeah bro, I've been looking.
Don't look and all, yeah. Just do what I did in the US.
Why stick to one when I have so many options? Let's see where I can go. Yes! Well, looks like I'm going to Ireland.
Ireland? But we don't know anyone there.
How can international students best prepare for life in the UK with coronavirus?
Until the vaccine is found, we have to live with it as long as we follow the social norms, the guidelines set by the local governments. The universities have been very flexible, and a lot of the universities have started running the January intakes, where you only see 10 to 15% of the UK university running few number of courses. Now, I would say nearly 50 to 70% of universities are running reasonable sized amount of courses in January intake. And some of the universities have gone even further. They're doing November intake, they're doing April intake, May intake. Of course, not all courses, limited courses. So students can, if they need any advice, if they're not sure, if they missed the September 20 intake, don't you worry. That's the message.
The US is one of the world's most popular student destinations. If you want to study there though, you're going to need a visa. Hi, my name's Lily from Edroy. In this video, we will take out any confusion that you may have about the visa process for the US and get you on the right track. Let's go! What is a US student visa? A student visa is a document given by the government to authorise foreign national students to study in the country. However, there are a few to choose from depending on your circumstances. What are the types of US student visas available? There are 3 types of student visa in the US, depending on the type of course you'll be studying and its duration. The F1 student visa is for students who are studying on courses that require more than 18 hours of studying per week. All regular undergraduate and postgraduate students usually require this visa. The J1 exchange visa for students who will be studying a short course with a duration of no more than 10 months. The M1 student visa for students who are going to the US to study a non-academic or vocational course. When should you apply for a US student visa? There are a few processes you need to complete before getting your US student visa. Keeping this in mind, you need to start your visa application process at least 3 to 5 months before your intended departure date. This way, you will have some time to handle any mishaps if they occur. What are the required documents to apply for a US student visa? A passport that is valid for at least 6 months before your planned stay in the USA, the university's I-20 form, a printout of the visa application form you filled out online, the visa interview appointment letter, original mark sheets, certificates and transcripts, a study abroad aptitude or language test, scorecard, bank statements for a minimum of 3 years. These documents will help the visa officers check if you can support yourself for the duration of your education. If your guardian is supporting you through your education, you can give their bank statements also. Depending on the type of visa, you might be required to submit additional documents too. What is the application process? You should apply for your student visa to study in the United States of America at least 3 to 5 months before your intended departure date. US student visas have to be applied for on the US Department of State Consular Electronic Application Center's website. After submitting your application, you'll be required to go to the US Embassy in person for biometric submission and your visa interview. Once your application is confirmed, you will need to register in the Student and Exchange Visitor Information System, also known as SEVIS. Your destination university will send you a document called Form I-20 to use in this part of the visa process. Next, you must pay for your visa processing fees online. For an F1 student visa, this is $510. For a J1 exchange visitor visa, it costs $380, and for the M1 student visa, it costs $510. Make sure you get receipts for all of your transactions so you can prove this has been paid. You will need to book an appointment at the embassy for your biometric submission and visa interview. Make sure you do this in plenty of time. What do I need to take with me to my interview? When you go to this appointment, you will need to take documents with you to verify who you are and your application. These include a passport that is valid for at least 6 months after the end of your planned stay in the United States of America, original transcripts, mark sheets and certificates, bank statements for a minimum of 3 years, documentation from your visa application process. What is usually asked at a US student visa interview? The interviewer is mainly looking to understand your motivations for studying in the United States, as well as your chosen course and university. The best way to tackle these interviews is to be honest and to give clear, concise and precise answers confidently. If you'd like to explore more detailed information, tips and tricks on student visas and everything about studying abroad, check out our website. And if you found this video useful, please like, share and subscribe to our YouTube channel. See you in the next video.
Hi, my name is James from Edvoy. In this video, we're going to be covering how you can study in the UK without needing an IELTS assessment. So what is IELTS? International English Language Testing System is a standardised language assessment test used by universities globally to assess the language skills of their prospective international students. This test consists of reading, writing, listening and speaking. when you don't need IELTS to study in the UK. English medium schools are common in India. If you have attended an English medium school or university, you can show that as proof for your English proficiency. Many universities in the UK also consider your 10th standard and 12th standard English subject marks to assess your language proficiency. Make sure that you have at least 70% in final exams to be considered by primary universities in the UK. 2. Your university conducts its own interviews to assess your language skills. Most universities have online interviews. Some universities use these online sessions to analyse your English language skills. In that case, IELTS scores will be unnecessary. 3. Taking other language assessment tests. IELTS is definitely the most popular and widely accepted English assessment test in the UK, but there are alternatives. You can take a TEFL, Trinity College London Integrated Skills in English, ISE, PTE Academic, Cambridge English, Proficiency, CPE, and the Duolingo English tests. Universities will mention the tests that they accept. Check your intended university's site before taking any test. 4. Doing a pre-sessional English course. Most universities offer pre-sessional courses without IELTS as an option for international students to adapt to the new educational system. In these courses, you will gain the required language skills along with the needed classroom skills. You will also have a smooth transition to the foreign education system. Check your university website to find out if they offer foundation or pre-sessional courses. If you are not confident about your English language skills, this option is your best bet. Tier 4 study visa in the UK without IELTS. English language proficiency is one of the requirements asked by the Immigration Office for processing your Tier 4 study visa. If you don't have IELTS, you'll need to submit a document from the university stating that you are eligible to apply for a visa. Here are some popular universities that accept students for their foundation, undergraduate and postgraduate courses without IELTS. And there you have it. You can avoid sitting through yet another exam, IELTS, before you go to study abroad. If you need any more information about the admission process, the universities and studying in the UK, feel free to book a free virtual session with our education advisors online.
So, your mom is telling me you want to try abroad?
Yeah, bro, I've been looking.
Don't look and all, yeah. Just do what I did in the US.
Why stick to one when I have so many options? Let's see where I can go. Yes! Well, looks like I'm going to Ireland.
Ireland? But we don't know anyone there.
How can international students best prepare for life in the UK with coronavirus?
Until the vaccine is found, we have to live with it as long as we follow the social norms, the guidelines set by the local governments. The universities have been very flexible, and a lot of the universities have started running the January intakes, where you only see 10 to 15% of the UK university running few number of courses. Now, I would say nearly 50 to 70% of universities are running reasonable sized amount of courses in January intake. And some of the universities have gone even further. They're doing November intake, they're doing April intake, May intake. Of course, not all courses, limited courses. So students can, if they need any advice, if they're not sure, if they missed the September 20 intake, don't you worry. That's the message.
The US is one of the world's most popular student destinations. If you want to study there though, you're going to need a visa. Hi, my name's Lily from EdRoy. In this video, we will take out any confusion that you may have about the visa process for the US and get you on the right track. Let's go! What is a US student visa? A student visa is a document given by the government to authorise foreign national students to study in the country. However, there are a few to choose from depending on your circumstances. What are the types of US student visas available? There are 3 types of student visa in the US, depending on the type of course you'll be studying and its duration. The F1 student visa is for students who are studying on courses that require more than 18 hours of studying per week. All regular undergraduate and postgraduate students usually require this visa. The J1 exchange visa for students who will be studying a short course with a duration of no more than 10 months. The M1 student visa for students who are going to the US to study a non-academic or vocational course. When should you apply for a US student visa? There are a few processes you need to complete before getting your US student visa. Keeping this in mind, you need to start your visa application process at least 3 to 5 months before your intended departure date. This way, you will have some time to handle any mishaps if they occur. What are the required documents to apply for a US student visa? A passport that is valid for at least 6 months before your planned stay in the USA, the university's I-20 form, a print.
The campus has a students' union shop, a cafe and a restaurant. Nearby, our Humanities, Art and Design Library, St Peter's House, provides students with a rich resource of materials, computer rooms and a media centre. Our world-renowned design archives include collections from the Design Council and other significant British and international organisations.
This is Ramya here.
Hi there, Reshma here.
Just because you can't walk in, your abroad education dreams don't have to work out.
All you have to do is get in touch with our advisors virtually.
What is virtual counseling? It's a platform where you can connect with our advisors here. From there, we're going to take it for your visa process until your pre-departure. We are going to be supporting with you.
So what are you waiting for? All you have to do is click on this link
and chat with us. Hello everyone, this is
The UK student visa process can at first seem daunting. Fear not though. We've put together all the information you need to get your visa sorted without any trouble. Hi, my name is Casey from Ed1, and in this video, we're going to be walking you through the entire UK student visa process. Let's take a look. What is a UK student visa? A UK student visa is an official government document that permits international students to enter the country to study. If you are from Ireland, however, consider yourself lucky as Irish students do not need one to study in the UK. What are the types of student visas available in the UK? Based on your course, you can apply for one of these 2 visas. Short-term study visa for small courses with a duration of less than 11 months and student visas for full-time courses such as degrees with a duration of more than a year. When should you apply for a UK student visa? Typically, you will receive your visa within 3 weeks after submitting your application, but delays and rejections are also possible. So candidates are usually advised to apply at least 3 to 6 months before their intended date of departure. What are the eligibility requirements to apply for a short-term study visa or a student visa? There are certain criteria to meet, and it's important to make sure you meet them all. Number 1, you need to be 16 years or older. Number 2, you need to hold an unconditional offer from a licensed visa sponsoring university. Number 3, you need to have good English communication skills. In some instances, you might have to provide test scores like the IELTS as proof. Number 4, you need to have all the required documents. What are the required documents to apply for a UK student visa? You will need a valid passport, legal guardian's consent with proof of relationship for students under the age of 18, the university letter of acceptance along with the CAS number. Statement of proof for your funds from your bank showing that you will be able to financially take care of yourself during your education. Medical examination report testing for diseases like tuberculosis. Remember that you need to start your visa application within 6 months of receiving your letter of acceptance because your CAS number will expire after that time. Now that we have all our documents together, let's walk through the process. Part 1. Online application. First, go to the UK's Visa and Immigration's website and create an account. Then, choose your visa and fill out the online application form. Note that you don't have to complete the application in one sitting. You can always save your progress and come back to fill out the rest later. After finishing the application, book an appointment to visit the nearest UK Visa Centre for your interview. Now you can pay the visa processing fees online and finish the first part of your visa process. The visa processing fee for a student visa is £348 and the fee for a short-term student visa is £186. Don't forget to take a printout of your online application and your payment confirmation before you log out. Part 2. In-person student visa interview. So what is asked in a UK student visa interview? All the questions asked in a visa interview will revolve around you, your education, background, application, and reasons for choosing the UK. The visa officer will assess your English language skills and see if your intentions are genuine. Are visa interviews tough, and how can you handle it? It is quite easy to prepare for a visa interview as you already know the answers to all the questions. All you need to do is listen carefully to the question, answer concisely, clearly, and confidently. Go to the visa center on the day of the appointment, dress professionally, take all your required documents, and be a little early. Then, be calm and confident. Answer the visa officer's questions and show your documents for verification. That's it. If all goes well, you should have your visa in the next 3 to 4 weeks. On the off chance that your visa is rejected, you can always apply again. You can even choose to expedite the process by paying an additional fee. Want more detailed information, tips and tricks on student visas and everything study abroad? Check out our website edvoy.com. And if you found this video useful, please like, share and subscribe to our YouTube channel. See you in our next video. Until then.
Welcome to Edvoy. We are here to help you find your dream course and university. It's a very easy process. Let's start. Select Get Started and choose your preferred country of study. Search for the right subject area as well as your study level. Your results will show all the relevant courses suited to you. You can also compare courses and universities. When you're happy with your choice, simply press Apply. Select your intake year and month, and if you don't already have an account, you'll be prompted to create one. Enter your name, email and password, or simply register in one click with your Google or Facebook account. Then, enter your phone number. You've applied. You can choose to upload your documents now or later. Let's upload now. Add your passport and transcript information. When you're done, you can review your applications. Chat with our expert team of advisors throughout your application. Save bookmarks for useful tips and information related to your studies. We look forward to helping you with your study abroad journey.